Hey, J-Bone Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester. The court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
What?
Whoa.
Good morning, everybody.
Wow. Good morning.
What timing, Bob? Look at you racing back upstairs and just
Trying to make sure Allie's rig was good, bro. Yeah, it was. How are you, my friend?
I'm like,
look who we have with us bright and early.
Very exciting.
Yes.
Hi, everybody.
Yes. How are you, my brother?
I'm excellent. How are you? You had a long day and then you didn't sleep much last night.
And he let me shower before him, so it was amazing.
What a gentleman.
Yeah, it was a long day, bro. It was a long day, man.
And poor Scarlett, she kept trying to get us to talk about travel plans and having like a mini breakdown. And I was like, your dad hasn't had literally a minute for me to talk to him. Just chill.
Yeah, it was a long day. Gotta do it for the team, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Gotta do it for the team. I'm glad you were in the chat yesterday over at STS, man.
Yeah, well, I wanted to make sure that people.
I saw Jay did
code.
that. He paid a super sticker to tell people to listen to the pod.
Joel can have a tendency to forget to promote.
Yes, that's why I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I know.
I was kind of surprised with Joel's comment. I wouldn't mess with Joel's wife. I'll tell you that much.
Me either.
Me either. Either of you two. Either of the three wives I would not mess with. You,
Shannon, I mean,
COE, you know, you guys are all powerhouse.
I might be able to take her down.
So, big day, man. So we've obviously got to finish up the Bukhenik.
Oh my God! Please tell me to say his right name again, because I need
Bukhenik. I meant that. And then Jay, I think we pivot.
11.
So I'll make sure that you're keeping an eye on the.
I think that's perfect because then whatever time we get behind, we can zip past, bullshit.
Yeah, and they're only going to 12 today, so it won't be. Right. The weird thing about this is I don't know why Suffolk County, my dumb county, or Nassau County, they do it through Instagram. The gram is where they do their live. It's bizarre.
So weird.
I assume maybe other like YouTube news feeds will have it. I don't remember last time, but I assume that it'll be somewhere. But yeah.
So just because everyone's gonna ask, sorry, Jay, you were mid-sentence.
No, I was just going to say that I saw Raul, by the way, who you all should be following. He posted Newsday, which is our local newspaper here, and it looks, the sources are saying 2 new victims, Jessica Taylor and Sandra Castilla. I wasn't aware of her. I knew Jessica Taylor, but so it looks like at least 2 new victims in the indictment that's coming out today for folks if you didn't know Rex Sherman. So it's unbelievable to think about.
So
never, Shannon. I'm all talk. Plus, I
thought that you said 11 or is that
9:30? The indictment is at 9:30, but New York doesn't do anything. So I think what they're doing is they're going into court doing the indictment. Then Ray Turney comes out, does the press conference, and I guess goes over whatever they got to get these 2 new indictments.
Okay. Yeah, Sheila says, well, I would tell Joel right that like he's a buddy. I'd tell him that he just forgets. He doesn't do it intentionally. He was on fumes himself. Like I said, Joel sometimes forgets to promote. He was down in Florida and like he had a long day too. Like before we went on, he's like, dude, I barely think. He's like, it's a good thing I have you and Ritter on, so that way I don't have to do much talking. I was like, yeah, I feel you.
Underhanded to talk too much, Bob Mata.
Yeah. Me?
Never. So, wait, let me just say, because people are going to ask, and it's like, I'm going to say this has been the worst week of my entire life, the saddest week of my I cannot think of a worse week. Because we get home, as most of you know, Bob and I have a new grandchild. We went to Crime Con. The other grandmother was visiting, so it was a good time for me to, make myself sparse. But when we got back,
sparse or scarce? So you made a new word, sparse.
I did. Yeah.
All right.
It's
in the
it's
I'm writing it
two
for the
words
dictionary.
combined. It's 2 words combined. I see Jay's trying to get spicy over there, but just leave it.
What do you mean? I wasn't going to say anything.
He's going to throw in another one. But so anyway, we get home and Scarlett is sick and we take her to the doctor the next day. It's probably allergies combined with asthma, but so I've been banned from newborn city.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So today the baby goes to the pediatrician. I've already asked the kids. I'm like, if she says I can I come today? So, and on top of that, Bob, my very first babysitting gig where it's already been put in the books, which Bob's heard about at least 5 times.
Hey, listen, in defense to your sniveling that's about to happen, it's in the calendar. It's been in the calendar. You can't complain. Like I have it blocked off in the calendar.
It's
so
podcast.
This 5-time bullshit that you're saying that happened. We've had this conversation in front of you 5 times. Well, I don't remember it one time, and it's in the calendar. That's my defense.
Well, when they gave me the final date, because they kept saying, I think it's this, I think it's that. And then I went into the calendar and saw Podcast Festival. So
Denver, baby. Denver.
I mean,
we could bring the little love bug to Denver and just stick her on the table. Everybody
her mother would ever allow that to happen.
Could you imagine how many awes there would be?
Too.
Yeah, super spreader event over there, right?
Yeah, like anyone's letting a baby around a bunch of strangers.
Oh, thanks, Meg P. Yeah, no one wants a hangry Bob. No one wants a hangry Bob. Like it's like, luckily, last night I actually was able to, like, after we got off the live and right before we got onto Allie and I's morning, baby. Give me a kiss. I love you.
Love you.
Hi,
Jay.
And right before
Hi, love. Oh, okay.
Look at this little love bug. And wait, I sounded hangry. Oh, you guys are too much. You guys are going to give me a complex. That's what's going to happen. Complex. You're going to give me a complex. I wasn't hangry because I did sneak in a nap. Like
I'm going to go give Scouter medicine.
I got like an hour and a little change in. So that was a lifesaver. I don't know if I would have made it through. I was actually in really good spirits on STS. I might have been a little hangry during Allie and I's live, but I mean, by the time I got on to STS, I think she had fed me something. She put something in my mouth. I don't even know what it was. Well, I'm like, thank you.
In your defense, and I can vouch, there's nothing more frustrating when like you're on a stream, something goes wrong, and you just can't figure it out. There's nothing worse than that. Like I've had that, and like you just want the stream to be going smooth,
right?
And then like when you can't figure it out, it's the most frustrating thing in the world because you're live, you're trying to give something for the people who want to watch, and then when you can't, like I've had times where I just have to like sit there and like close like the whole thing out, start over. It's so
I could not figure out why the sound wasn't working, and we had a good crowd in there, so it's like, oh man, to have and her echo thing, which people were pretending like they didn't hear. I'm like, okay, I definitely hear an echo. It was like, and then when she sped up Lally, so where he's like saying his super slow shit twice in a row, I felt like I was in an insane asylum. I'm like, I was like, what the fuck? So finally, somebody in the chat is like, oh, if you do this, you won't hear the echo. And I was like, yes, somebody admitted they heard the echo. Otherwise, I thought I was maybe losing my shit, like mentally. You know what I mean?
Oh, I heard it.
And then when I switched over to mine, there was no sound. So I didn't know, because I didn't see. Like, just so you all know, when we're backstage, like we can see, like we've got a couple of our mods back here, Jay, Allie, and I. But I have a second screen because I'm sharing, and I didn't, like, the whole time we were on, I didn't see Allie's sharing screen. So like I was trying to figure out why I wasn't getting sound. But Jay and I tested it out this morning. So
I think it might be a StreamYard because it happened to me too, Bob. Remember I had to refresh the whole freaking thing, and that's never happened to me before.
That was yesterday, right?
Yeah, that was yesterday I had to refresh the whole thing.
Okay. All right, that makes me feel better. All right, so let me see. I'm gonna
before you throw it
pull
away,
up the right shit while we're chatting. I know you got an eye on it too.
Yeah, I got it up. And I guess we just while Bob checks again, folks, if you don't know, today is until 12, and then tomorrow is off. And then hopefully today at 12, we'll get an idea what next week's schedule is, if it's any different. But at 11, we'll switch over and try to catch the Rex Heuermann press conference, where it looks like there's a new indictment, and
maybe multiple victims. It could be multiple counts. So that's
found in a different area, Bob. Like these are people who were not found at Gilgo.
What?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't hear that.
Well, Jessica Taylor was found. I believe parts of her. It's just awful to even say. Were found in Manorville, and then parts at the beach. And then I saw something about Southampton for this other person that I wasn't even familiar. Again, Raul is your. If you want to get the facts, go to Raul. But it's just. I just think.
Damn, dude! I did not catch that.
This man lived, 30 minutes away from me. Like my whole life, I could have been going to places where he was. Like it's just my. And this ain't it, folks. There's no way in the world that Rex. It's scary to think how many people that have not been connected with him yet. I mean, it's
for real though. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is a thing where. So it's going to be interesting with him. That once. I'm assuming he's going to get convicted, but once he's convicted, if he will start fessing up, like a lot of these guys don't, but I don't know, when you take into account that he was, a pen pal with BTK, so what food should I eat in prison? Some weird shit like that. Maybe, dude, like, I don't know, like those guys tend to be like, they like to be in the press, Yeah.
And
like that Carrie Rawson's always talking about that with her dad, that like, that's like a real thing, that this dude likes being in the press. Like if he feels like he's falling out of, the limelight, that he'll do something.
Oh, so he's making more confessions to get back in, you're saying?
Yeah.
And I'm coming in at the end.
Well, I mean, it would be nice. Like, I'm certain that he wouldn't do it because he's trying to be a decent.
Do we know that's how?
However, you could describe that as just being like a showing some shred of humanity.
Right, but do we know that that's how they got these two new people? Was a confession?
Not Rex. Rex hasn't confessed to anything.
No, hell, no way.
Oh, you're talking about.
I'm talking like post conviction. That he might fess up. So I don't know.
And again, we've made this point before, but guys, they caught, he was still active. They had him taking selfie. Like they went earlier, and they might have got this evidence later if they weren't worried that they had to stop him. Like it's just so scary. Like it wasn't like he just like they found out and he was still taking selfies. He still was going getting burner phones. I mean, it's mind-boggling.
It's crazy. Hey, JD, thank you for coming to new member.
Hey,
Meg with 2 $5 hollers. We don't want Hangry Bob, and then sorry.
Saw that.
See this one? The wasabi almonds have gotten pretty pricey. They have indeed. Thank you so much for that, Meg. Angela, new member. Aw, family hug. Love it. Joanne, always love you. 8 months. OG, straight up OG.
Yes.
We adore you. 8 months of Just Facts and Scout. You got that right. We adore you. Thank you so much for being a member for all that time. Like when Jay and I are 5 years into this shit, trust me, we're gonna know who the OGs were.
Absolutely.
The OG. When we have our we have our OG question. Cruises. We have we're gonna do like a cruise, except we both probably hate fucking cruises. So we'll go to some all-inclusive like trip somewhere, and we'll let our 10 OGs join us with their family.
Wow, Bob's making promises. Hey, I asked myself this very question that Dixie's pondering there.
And then Mia Beto, thank you so much for being so generous and gifting. Oh, wait, Jay, do I have to give my 5 away today, or I do that? I got to give 5 away.
Yeah, you can do it.
Give your 5 away.
I gave my 5 yesterday. Time to give them.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Stingy, babe.
Cool. Yeah, because I want to do it now because I want to
know. I'm sorry.
Get it? Because Jay's got he's got a theory on that, and I agree with his theory. So
we'll see what happens. Well, while you're doing that, because I can't control myself, I need to talk about the case.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the baby.
No, I do want to talk about the baby. But I did mention see that comment, and I, like agree about breastfeeding and being exposed to, but I wanted the kids to feel comfortable. So we're erring on the side of caution until they can talk to their pediatrician today. Although I think they should have called the nurse yesterday or the day before, and but I told
look at
them,
that. CJ's right. Sheila, Sleuthy, Catherine. That's beautiful. Beautiful.
Awesome.
Yeah. I love it.
All right. So back to the case. And I saw someone.
And Debbie Blair. Yeah. A bunch of OGs in here got it. So that was Jay's theory. I think Jay's right on it.
So I'm talking about Jenny's comment, and I'm sure there's probably others in here. I don't understand, and I'm sure we're going to hear about it on Cross, but I don't think it was mentioned in the direct. Why in the hell is the video flipped? What does it mean?
Mirrored. It's mirrored.
Right, mirrored, well, whatever.
The concept is that you cannot see the damaged
I understand. So do you think that's the whole, they did that intention? And someone said it's like at some point it's not flipped and then it is flipped.
Well, if that's the case, I cannot confirm that. I know that the portions that I've seen, like recent, and you could tell from the writing on the old, classic Canton Cruiser.
Right, and the guy getting out of the passenger side.
Well, but that I couldn't tell. That just looked like the passenger side door to me. The way that you could tell definitively is that the writing on the back of the trunk of the Canton Cruiser is inversed. It's backwards. Right. That's how you could tell definitively that it's flipped. Like that's
so do you think
trying to there's this thing, like people were like, there's a thing that I can see that I'm like, dude, just look at the reading on the writing on the back of the trunk. It's it's clear it was flipped. So I mean, that's the insinuation if I'm the defense that they flipped it during this period because you can't see that corner.
Right. And they were hovering by the other corner for a little while back there. Yeah. I don't know. But the
Team
you think that's what they were talking about when they took that little break and then showed, and the judge was like, all right, you want me to watch a video? I wonder if that's, why they had the judge watch it so she could see that beforehand. And with that being the case, I don't know why Lolly wouldn't, front it, but I guess we will see today.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'll see on Cross. That's when it's going to come up.
Well, right. Yeah.
Yeah. So Jinxie, a tiny family member right now. You're amazing, Jinxie. You're always in chat. You're amazing. And frankly, I figured for the first year, I'm considering everybody an OG. So Kelly Bobelli, and you've been fam for a long time. Exactly. So over at J-Bo. So you're OG, girl. You're OG. Don't sell yourself short. And we're so thankful that y'all are here. MJ, OG family hugs for sure. For sure with you. Kai, not an OG, but a newbie, and happy I found you guys. Not as happy as we are. Kai, because you're another one that we love. We see in the chats. You guys are huge bonus ads for us in the chat. Because again, Jay and I always say it, the chat is what makes the channel complete. It's like Jay and I can sit there and yap, Absolutely. But if we're doing it with each other, it's pretty fucking lame. So it's way better because our chat's amazing. So Absolutely. It's I mean, yeah, look, I'm going to be honest. I use y'all as a selling point every time I promote. I'm like there's not a day that I type out the description of the show that I don't say, come join the best chat in the YouTube. So that's true. So
we added lip readers to their resume yesterday. So they're multi-talented, these folks in the chat.
First, dude, the lip reading was next level. That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. All right, so let's see where are we at. 806. We're keeping an eye on it, kid.
Yeah, I got it up. It's nothing yet.
Nothing there. All right. Okay. Cool. Chrissy Cookie, did you see the Daybell jurors slam Pryor, just like we all said? Yep, I saw that. I saw that they slammed not only Pryor, but also the fact that he did not put anything on mitigation. So they were like, well, I mean, we were willing to listen to mitigation, and dude didn't do shit. So we're like, all right, So yeah, I did see that. Oh, peppermint tea, 3-month. Love it.
From the UK. Well, we love our folks all over the world.
We do. And remember, it's a little reminder every time I see one of our beautiful UK subs, Allie and I will be, and Scout actually, we're bringing the kids, we'll be in the UK for CrimeCon UK, which is from all accounts, a super, super chill. It's like, it's not nearly as chaotic as like the big CrimeCon in the US. It's way more low key. You get to spend a lot more time with the creators that you love. And we're really, really looking forward to it. Like Nancy, the woman who runs it over in the UK, always comes in for the UK or the United States one. And like, she was there, and I was just like telling her how excited we were, and they're excited to have us. So if you're in the UK, or within spitting distance, mid-September, I think it's the third week in September. I think it starts on the 19th. Make sure you're hitting that up. And if you do, and if you think about going, please, I did not do a good job of this for the US UK or the US CrimeCon. Use our promo code DEFENSE, all caps. You get 10% off your ticket, and it helps the show because it tells them that people are coming specifically to see us, that we're a draw for them. So it's big for us. It helps us out a lot. So just remember to do that. And you get a nice little discount on the tickets. So, all right.
The Mets will be playing in the UK this weekend, so I can get to see them lose in another country. So
yeah,
I don't know if folks in the UK are want to check out a baseball. I mean, I don't know if they're sold out, but yeah, they're playing Saturday and Sunday in the UK.
Jay, not to show you my huge shark bite, like Jaws style. Oh, you got that? Look at this one I got on my leg. The White Sox have lost 13 in a row. So,
I know.
I feel your pain, but I had the difference between your pain this year and my pain. I was like, we got movement kids.
I hear something. Here we go.
All right. Getting it up.
Hear ye.
Here we go. All right. Is it you had expectations this year?
Sure
I did not. I had zero expectations. So yeah, it was kind of crushing my heart a little bit. Angela with $5 hour. They were literally holding a prayer circle behind Karen Reed's vehicle, praying that they don't get caught. Oh, firing.
I did see them back there for a little while in a little circle.
I was trying to see, like Karen did something with her hands. I did not see her touch the vehicle because I watched it a bunch of times. It looked like she pulled something out of her bag, which I thought.
Dude,
no.
Oh, I thought she's talking about the cops.
Yeah, she's talking about in the Sally port, not.
Right.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Karen and her pops. Could have gone either way. All right, let me see. Oh, I got to let the guy out. He's scratching.
You want me to? Well, all right. I was actually just thinking, like, I should have left the door open for when the dog needs to come get me. So as soon as he mentioned London, I remembered that yesterday when I became aware of the sad news that I'm not available for the July wedding babysitting, my daughter-in-law said, well, we've got another one in September, so don't worry. And I was like, well, September? You guys are going to need a date night before then. And I'm just knowing my luck. It's going to be while we're in London.
Probably.
I mean, I'll have plenty of time as soon as I get the all clear to go to see the baby.
Family hug. Love
Here's
it.
the question I have.
Remember, 4 months.
Like, how much do you think Lally has left? Like, do you think we'll get to Cross? Like, he's got to go over like all like his like the interviews he did, right? Like, you would think, or not? Like, how much more do we have of Lally?
Probably a lot. But what I was thinking was, could there be a way, if this guy keeps vouching for, how much he knows about Proctor's work, for them to squeeze in the fact that when he's supposed to be conducting a search, he's looking for nudes? Well, you're the supervisor. You're saying you've overseen everything. You're aware of everything he's doing.
Right.
I don't know that that it could get squeezed in like that with this guy, but maybe it's a possibility. But it was in the opening. People don't forget that. I don't think anybody,
No.
out of all the things that they forgot from the opening, that's the one thing that I'm pretty sure they still remember.
Oh man, that's gonna really suck if it's 4 hours of Lally today. Because again, folks, if you're coming in late, we're going till 12 Eastern, and then off tomorrow. So, and then hopefully when they get to the end of the day, she gives us the schedule for next week because it's been a little weird, this schedule.
And I did see Aaron's comment. I when I got back anyway, I mentioned it that I agree that they could be and should be, or I didn't know about should be, but that I did obviously know that the mom's immune system while breastfeeding. Plus, my Scarlett's doctor said it would be fine if I didn't have any symptoms, but we're erring on the side of caution.
Is she's feeling better though?
Scarlett, yeah, she's congested. She's taken like a bout of prednisone. But I do think that her allergies got real bad and her asthma flared up, and that's really what all of it is coming back from. But she had a bunch of kids in her class, like people got sick. So I wanted to go and make sure it wasn't like something super contagious. Somebody had strep, somebody had pneumonia. I was like, oh my Lord. And the doctor was like, nah, but it could be viral. So
both Brian and Sloan allergies this week really, I don't know what it is, but both of them have been struggling with their allergies. I guess it's the time where stuff is in the air.
Yeah. How's Ethan's hand?
He's good. He's just got to get to that where he can finally go back and make sure it's healing, so he could take this stupid soft cast. It's just a nightmare for him, but he's doing okay.
And then he'll start some physical therapy, right? Huh?
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, the PICC line's been out for a little while now.
Come on, Bob, get with it.
Sorry. So sorry. Let's see.
Can you believe it's day 21? The trial can finally drink, guys. The trial can go to the bar and drive home.
All grown up. No, I can't believe it. So we were talking about it last night that it was, the prediction is that they'll be done by the 4th of July, which makes sense if it's true that Jackson's claiming that the defense will now only take 4 or 5 days. So, because I think Lally's still got a couple of weeks full of witnesses. So,
oh my God, that's so
to me, that makes sense.
Crazy to even think another month of his nonsense. He just doesn't know how to. It's like the man almost doesn't care. I don't know. I think Josh said that.
Yes, Josh said that last night.
And that definitely resonated. It's like it's just, is this his very first trial? I mean, I don't know what is going on, but the jury might think everything we think is bullshit, but.
And Mandy sent me a nice reminder before we start up court. 80 years ago today, a bunch of brave men, at that time it was men, stormed the beach on Normandy. Today is the 80th anniversary of D-Day, which is the day that turned the tides in World War II. So thank you to all those that gave their lives, and everybody who's in service now. Thank you for your service.
Yes.
All right, we're up and running.
Hey. All present have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, in for the copy of the Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. I take the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. May be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have the witness, please?
So, good morning again, counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, viewers. We appreciate your patience. Giving us this time actually helps streamline things for us, so we appreciate that. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions in refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case. You're also able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Thank you very much. Everybody answered those questions appropriately. Okay, can we have Sergeant Bukhenik, please?
By the way, I don't know if you saw this, Jack, he thinks during his investigative, doing all the videos he's made in his investigation, that the squeaky chair person is none other than Headache Man, the guy Jimmy, who always is like, he thinks that's the dude with the squeaky chair, not Bev. So
Really? Oh, good.
Who's been handling the objections, Yannetti or Jackson?
Yeah, it's that guy. That's who the squeaky chair person is. That's exactly right.
Not Bob. It's not Bob.
Not me. Not me. It's not the droid you're looking for.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Circle back just to a couple things that from your testimony from yesterday. Going back to the video that you reviewed from both C.F. McCarthy's and the waterfall. In total, from those two videos, how many drinks did you observe the defendant consuming over her time?
He thought he had to go
The
over
video
this again.
shows 9 drinks being consumed by the defendant.
And that's between when she arrives at C.F. McCarthy's until the time that she leaves the waterfall. Is that correct?
Objection
That is
leading.
correct.
And if I could turn your attention to
Shithead.
the ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's residence. From the videos that you observed, let me ask you first, as far as, do you know how those cameras work as far as when they turn on and when they turn off?
My understanding is that Ring surveillance video is triggered to be
That only
recorded
works for
through
Ring?
motion. So if the camera detects motion, which is constantly live monitoring, and motion is detected, then that video is captured to a
Wow.
cloud-based system
Jack,
that
well trained.
retains that footage.
I know they
From your
hate to
review of
object,
those
but to
videos,
just let him be
what
an expert
kind
of
motion
everything.
would set those off? Like what kind of things would be recorded?
Oh
through the
my,
driveway?
object, Jackson.
Be
Well, you know, he might want to show that shit's
activity
missing.
in the driveway, such as a person walking through, bird landing, a vehicle pulling in, individuals, moving around in the driveway, and so forth.
The search warrant that was applied for was any and all videos between January 24th and January 30th, correct?
For one of the search warrants, that's correct, yes.
Well, then where's
And
all the
with
people?
respect to that time frame, what,
Searching.
if any, activity based on information that you had received was not available or was not shown on those ring videos?
The data returned had video that would have been captured from the defendant arriving home after midnight on the 29th, after she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview Road. That video was not present in the data that was returned from Ring.
What, if any, other video in addition to that one was not present?
There was also video missing from the defendant showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the damage to her right rear taillight.
And what, if any, follow-up or what, if any, inquiry was then done with regard to Ring as far as
Big testimony.
those types of videos or deletion or how those videos could not be present?
Correspondence with Ring produced information that
Sustain.
Let me ask this first, was there follow-up with Ring in regard to those videos?
yes, there was.
And was there ever anything produced with regard to those videos or those timeframes from Ring?
No, there was not.
If I could turn your attention over to your time in Diaries, just in reference to subsequent to that later on, what, if anything, did you receive, or what, if anything, did you request? What, if anything, did you receive from the Dighton Police in regard to January 29th, 2022?
I communicated with the Dighton Police Department requesting documentation from their officers' calls for service at our request, and log notes, logs from their dispatching center, as well as any reports that would document their activity if such reports existed.
And what, if any, information did you receive in relation to that?
I received a log note or log printout from their CAD system, and I received a report authored by Officer Barrows.
And did you also receive any 911 calls?
Yes.
And who was the party as far as the 911 caller in regard to those 911 calls that you received?
It was Mr. Reed.
And again, just for clarity purposes, that's the defendant's father, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's from the morning of January 29th, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd, 2022. At some point that morning, where did you go?
During the morning hours of February 3rd, we planned to meet at 34 Fairview Road. Myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper DeChico arrived at that location in order to conduct a secondary search of the area as the temperatures were turning and the snow was melting naturally. We decided to do another search for articles that were now, we realized and learned, were missing and could be of evidentiary value and aid in the, in the investigation.
And with respect to going to 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, tools or what, if anything, did you bring with you, you and the other troopers, in regard to conducting that secondary search?
I requested the troopers bring shovels, rakes, anything like gardening items that would help them to dig through the snow and locate any missing items.
And as far as the temperature change that you're talking about, how precipitous a change are we talking about?
The temperatures went above freezing, so the snow did begin to melt, and it was significantly warmer compared to the 18 degrees the night of the incident.
Now, you mentioned items of evidentiary value that you had learned of and were looking for. What, if any, clothing items, Mr. O'Keefe, were you looking for specifically on February 3rd?
We were specifically looking for Mr. O'Keefe's baseball cap.
And in addition to yourself, Trooper Proctor and Trooper DeChico, who, if anyone else, did you notify, or who, if anyone, from any other unit within the state police responded that day as well?
We requested the assistance of the Crime Scene Services section of the Massachusetts State Police, and Trooper Evan Brent showed up to assist us with documentation of the location and the evidence that we were hopefully going to find.
And from those, Trooper Brent arrived and took photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that Trooper Brent arrived in relation to your arrival?
I believe he was already present when we pulled up, but I'm not sure to his exact time of arrival.
And with regard to that day, what, if anything, in general terms, what, if anything, were you able to locate and where was it, generally speaking?
We located Mr. O'Keefe's baseball hat. We located a drinking straw from a cocktail glass. We located items of plastic, colored plastic, and other shards of colored plastic at the location. All those items were located on the grass portion of the yard near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
That was me calling Bob to look at his texts.
Bob, wake up. Allie wants coffee.
Your Honor, may I have a
Oh,
moment?
sorry, I was napping. I was tweet napping.
I called him to get him to trigger him to look at the texts.
I'm gonna call it tapping. Axing.
And Sergeant, I'm going to show you a series of photos, but I'm going to
Tapping.
break this up a little bit.
Allie
So,
wants you to
Mr. Lally,
coffee.
with your back to the jurors and the air conditioning on, I'm sure they can't hear you.
My apologies.
Oh
Listen.
no!
Mr. Lally, if you
So,
don't
sir, what I'm
speak
gonna
up,
do is
I'm going to
show
come
you
and
some
kick your face
photographs,
in.
a series of them, but I'm going to break them up a little bit just to make it
Okay, sir.
Is that a
Hopefully
threat of
quicker.
the air conditioner? I feel like I just heard a
Yeah,
threat
it
of the
was.
Yeah, it was.
We're gonna make you pass out.
He was wondering what.
Thanks, Angela. Thanks, Angela.
She's amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, there was.
Sir, first I'm going to show you
You had
10
a house long
photographs.
before the
Ask
first
if you
AC
could review those, look up when you're finished.
I don't think we're getting through this direct. I don't know.
Yeah, I say it's.
I don't have high
unlikely.
hopes.
I mean, he has to go through his whole investigation. Right? We're just at the house now.
Some of it again. Just Molly wants to make sure we remember from yesterday.
All right, so clearly they had no proof that Karen Reed deleted the video. They had to leave it an insinuation. Like, I mean, because he talked about it and then that's it.
Well, I thought he couldn't go into it further because he needs someone from like Ring to. That was the impression I got. They objected because he couldn't like say it.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
could. That's true.
Thank you. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs documented the items located at 34 Fairview Road on the grass as the snow receded through the melting temperatures that were revealed to be positioned in the grass.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm off to introduce the minutes and exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
I object to this guy's narratives all the time. Are you sure that's how it was revealed to be there, sir?
Someone made a parody account of the court reporter on Twitter. They almost have like 2,000 subs already. Followers.
Oh, is that the who goes into different characters?
No. Like it's like her face as like a Twitter account, and the person tweets as if they're the court reporter. But I know the one you're talking about too. They're very good on TikTok. The one that does like all the impressions.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with photograph 7659. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 468?
I do.
And if you could, just for orientation purposes, describe to the jury whereabouts in relation to 34 Fairview Road we are in this picture.
As standing on the street of Fairview Road, we're looking at the left side of the yard. In the top right corner, you can tell that there is a flagpole depicted in that photograph and a telephone switch box that's open on the left side, which is on the border of 34 Fairview Road.
If I can ask from this photograph, if you know, grass that's visible on the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that from a natural melting process, or is that from some tools that you and the other troopers brought to assist you in your secondary search?
The reason that grass is exposed is due to processing of the scene and having the snow being moved away from the location and then natural melting process taking place on top of it. As you can tell, other portions of the yard is covered in snow, and the snow had not, the grass has not revealed itself just yet.
Now, as far as the photographs of various items that were located on this date of February 3rd, the photographs that were they taken as they lay, or were they touched or manipulated in any way prior to the photograph being taken?
The items photographed were discovered as soon as we realized what is being discovered through the digging and excavation process. They were then photographed instantly. Certain items were revealed naturally through the melting process and the snow, no longer concealing those items underneath.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could I have photograph 7666? Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 470.
I do.
When do you recognize that?
That is a clear black and red piece of plastic.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7669. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's now on the screen as Exhibit 473?
Yes, that is another piece of plastic.
And sort of towards the top middle of the screen, do you recognize what that is?
Is he saying taillight
Yes, that's
plastic?
a fire hydrant from 34 Fairview Road, grass area.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, 4670.
How's it getting up that high? I don't understand how it's getting up there.
That, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is that a closer-up image of what was depicted in the prior exhibit?
Yes, it is.
It like exploded.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7672.
It's bizarre.
And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 476?
I do.
And when do you recognize that, Steve?
Another piece of red taillight plastic.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7673. Again, sir, do you recognize what's
I mean, it would be nice if this shot had evidence markers so we could have an idea instead of going from this to a close-up. Like
that is the fire hydrant and the telephone switch box located on the edge of the property line at 34 Fairview Road.
Now, the photographs that I had just placed before you, haven't you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
The property at 34 Fairview Road, left corner towards the street, capturing the flagpole and the telephone switch box.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Call off to introduce and admit the next exhibits. No objection.
Okay.
Lolly does not have his shit together. What's he doing right now?
Never. He never, ever has it together. Ever.
Man, Karen was real animated yesterday.
Big time.
It was all. I think it was all about that Sallyport video.
Yes, it was.
Like they could tell it was inverted, but I wonder if they could tell that before.
Before what?
Like if that's the way the video they received from them was.
Your Honor,
I think that it was. I think that's why they were making such a big deal, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
It seemed like it was like the first time they were like, "What is this?" Like it seemed like they were like, "Oh wait, this is inverted. This is wrong."
But that they would just have noticed it there is What's
Gentlemen, if I
strange?
could have photograph 7681. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 481.
I do.
If you could describe to the jury what's depicted in this photograph.
A red piece of plastic.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next one, 768.
Can you use the pointer to show us where that is, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, because there's no evidence marker, so we have no fucking clue.
All right, thank you.
I don't see shit.
Ms. Gilman, 7682.
Oh, there you go.
And Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 482?
Is it a different piece?
You know, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a
Yeah,
minute.
she's like, you do not know how to run a direct examination. You're confusing the jury. I mean, this is ridiculous. The judge has to ask the witness, can you use the pointer and show us where?
She did this yesterday too. She is fed up with him. Like it just.
I think it took a while for her to get here, though.
It did, but now she's like full steam ahead. Like, get your fucking shit. Like isn't that embarrassing? Like if you're to tell you, the judge has to call you up. Like, listen, dude, we got to get this right here. Like this is day 21. Day 21. The jury's we've already lost them.
Right, because I'm sure the other thing she couldn't tell, she didn't like how she didn't point to it. And then we can't tell, are we getting a new piece of plastic? Is that the one from the previous video blown up? Like, what the hell? It's one thing they haven't used evidence markers, and now you're not, clarifying this for the jury either.
Right, and that's his whole problem. This entire trial is like, and Josh made this point. Yes, even if he's making a point, does the jury know he's making it? Because he's so not in linear. He's so like just it's infuriating. Like even if he's making a point, like it's like he's not.
Right. And I'm starting to think this whole Bukhenik is like he's about to be battling Joel's wife. He's like the expert of everything. She's the chief of everything. He's like the expert of everything.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, 7682. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 482?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
A red piece of plastic.
That's the same piece of plastic.
Right.
That
Bob's not there. I wish he could pause it for a second, but he's making me coffee, so I'm not going to complain.
Yes, don't you dare.
I hope he's making me coffee. Use that pointer. Oh, I see it. I think that could be a leaf.
I do.
What do you recognize that to
be? A white clear piece of plastic and a red piece of plastic.
And lastly, from this, sir, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7687.
I'm doing a bed side.
What's up on the screen? It's now been marked as Exhibit 487.
I do.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the photos before you, have you had a chance to review that set of 10 and 12?
Not this one yet, not yet.
If you could, please.
It's a little sweet. Don't tell Bob.
And Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Items that were located in the street, being the black cocktail drinking straw, and then black pieces of plastic, molding plastic, and clear pieces and molding from taillight.
Mayor Proctor?
Yes.
I'm up to introduce some minutes the next time.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
None, Your Honor.
I hope he chain of custody objected long ago.
Good question.
Just keep thinking about what you want to do next, Lolly. I mean, it happens all the time, and it's not, but it happens too much with him.
All the time. Every witness, every evidence, every piece of evidence, like.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could display some of these photographs of the jury.
Okay.
Display some more shit that we don't know what it is, where it came from, which one it correlates to. Is it from 7/6, 7/15, 7/11, 7/12?
7688.
Oh, maybe he's going to do this now. With this witness?
And Sergeant,
Oh,
did you
that was-
recognize what's up on?
Oh, thanks, babe. So, typically as Jay's like mentioning the, where's an evidence marker, we would know which piece of glass that is literally as it correlates to all the people who testified yesterday. Like this is one of the pieces that was in 7-5 or 7-11, and that's what we don't know here. Which pieces were found literally where, and we do know on which day. So, maybe that's gonna, he started on February 3rd. I don't know if he's moved past February 3rd. Do you guys know?
I don't.
What?
But just that I'm just pointing out how, like, because Jay was like, oh, there's no evidence marker. So the judge is like, can you please, while you weren't here, the judge had to tell Lolly to have the expert of everything.
Heard all that. What was your last question? You asked about February.
Yeah, did he move on to the items found February 8th yet, or is he still on February 3rd?
That I don't know. I mean, but
and that's the point. That's the issue. It's like ridiculous. And
that's
how we
where
also
chain of custody starts. Like right there, like telling us where they found the goddamn evidence, and it does not
and
exist.
Which piece that correlates to in their total, reconstruction
but you're reading
of
the
taillight.
reports. It's like EV number, whatever. It's like it correlates to that number that was whenever it was marked, and it's like it doesn't exist in this case. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
On the screen?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the wide shot of the drinking straw being found on the edge of the roadway in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where you observed that straw.
Oh, because he was there, so this is still February 3rd.
And Gentlemen, if I could have 7689. Sergeant, what are we looking at?
Smoking gun shit right there.
It's a close-up view of the same straw.
Case solved.
Wow, I would be objecting really badly the way they have it, like through a freaking tire mark. Come on. I mean,
Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 492?
I do.
And what are we looking at 492?
Piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler that's provided for comparison and by the crime scene photographer.
We're not going to mock the evidence, but
item.
we're going to put the ruler by it.
And this gentleman, if I could have 7695. For the record, this is now Exhibit 494.
And only on some of them.
Sergeant, what are we
Why
looking
only
at
on this
at
piece?
494?
What about the other
It's the
piece?
same item
That's an
from
important piece, Jay.
just prior, just zoomed in more, showing the detail, the black molding, the clear white, clear plastic and red plastic.
Sergeant, as far as those photographs before you, have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those?
They're pieces of red plastic, pieces of clear plastic, and a piece of glass.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit the next exhibits.
No objection.
Thank you.
Who the hell's drinking out of a straw out of a I'm confused what kind of, you said it was a rocks glass. Okay.
Yeah, it would look like a Tom's Collins.
Then
like
that's a
rocks
girl
glass.
drinking out of a straw. Come on. I've never seen a guy drink out of a straw
I
from a
drink out of
rocks
straws
glass.
all the time.
I should not make distinctions based on sex anymore.
Yeah,
these
that's
days.
ridiculous. Because
Strike what I've said.
Jay, with all
Strike
his
that from the record.
drinks,
Thank you.
always drinks out of a straw.
Always. Every time I have a poo-poo drink, which I love, with the straw because that's the quickest way. It's the quickest
In
way
a
to get the
rocks
alcohol
glass,
into
though.
my dumb brain. A what glass?
Rocks glass,
like
the
a
short one.
the short
No.
fat. So it was a short, fat glass. It wasn't the taller vase-like glass. It was the short, fat glass.
I don't drink
AKA
out of
a
those,
rocks
but if I
glass.
did, I would use a straw.
Listen, Jay, I'm with you, man. Like anybody
Thank
who
you.
like shits on delicious tasting drinks is full of shit.
The way to go, man.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of these photographs for the jury as well.
Okay.
Oh God, have we been saying how he's calling him a lollygagger this whole time? I mean, obviously
And,
that's
Ms.
so.
Gilman, if I could have
apropos.
photograph 7700.
That straw does look like a rocks glass straw.
For the record, this is now.
For the larger
419.
vase-like glass, it would be
Sergeant, if you could
stuck
describe
in
the
the
jury,
glass. It wasn't long enough,
here.
that straw.
We're looking at a red piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler on the edge of the grass on the property at 34 Fairview Road by the road.
And if you could, sir, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention. to
Real
where,
men don't
you
use
observe
straws.
that
Well, I've never
magazine
claimed to
in
be
this
a real
photograph.
man, so joke's on you.
That's for sure. And I just want to say my Bukhenik is pretty on point. Proceed.
Right there.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7705.
I'm going to like this stream right now, actually.
Hit the like stream, everybody.
And for the record, this is exhibit 502. Sergeant, if you could, again, describe to the jury what, if anything, of significance you noted there.
It's a shard of red plastic next to a measuring ruler.
And how far from the street?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7708. The record, this is now exhibit 504. Again, Sergeant, if you
I gave it
could,
a
using
thumbs up.
laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this area.
There is a black piece of plastic molding next to a measuring ruler.
Ass backwards too, by the way. Usually you start with the person who collected it and then you move
Lastly,
on
this
to
sets,
the
Ms. Gilman, exhibit
forensic
excuse me,
people.
Photo number 7712. Again, for the record, this is exhibit 508. And again, Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this.
A clear piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler.
That's found on the grass area as well, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to that new set of photos before you, have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that those photographs to contain?
They contain small red pieces of plastic from 34 Fairview Road on the grass area where we located the others. Also contain a flimsy piece of circular, like very malleable plastic, clear plastic, in addition to that.
Can I
All right.
approach, Ron?
Yes.
Pause it real quick, Bay.
No objection.
Thank you.
So just as a reminder, I went back to look at my notes from yesterday. So from February 3rd, but I have it as being recovered by
Denocio.
Chico. Whatever his name is, but apparently he was there as well. 14 pieces of apparent red, clear, and black plastic recovered February 3rd. So I guess that's what we're going through right now. And we showed the picture of that, or they showed the picture of that yesterday, and hopefully they'll get into.
Unfortunately, we have no idea where these things were collected in the yard. The only landmark I've seen was the one by the hydrant. The rest of it's just somewhere in the grassy yard.
Somewhere near the telephone box and the fire and the
How
flag.
explosive of a collision does it have to be that?
That's what I said while you were gone. I was like, what? It literally exploded. I'm hoping they get to the measurement from the side of the road, from the damn straw, from the straw to the pole. How does that happen?
Let's go.
Come on, babe. He's so cute.
Wow, what a pivot. I know what you were really going to say. And it wasn't.
But you are
cute.
so cute.
Aw. Thanks, baby.
My coffee's delicious too. Thank you.
Perfect cup of coffee.
Thank you for that $5 holiday, Terry. I gave you a objection there because I love you.
We love that. Everything that guy said there is bullshit.
It's classic Pesci.
Were you here when we said Lolly's using him to be the expert of everything? He's about to duel Joel's wife for, the chief of everything and now expert of everything.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Jack of all trades, master of none. Jay, my next request is that line.
Everything that guy just said.
And Your Honor, may I publish some of these photos from the jury?
Yes.
Jay's just supposed to find random sentences
Jay
spoken.
crushes
Well,
that guy.
if I can't find him, I have to literally screen record the movie and make it.
Oh, is that from a movie?
The guy just says bullshit.
Oh, yeah, duh. Jesus.
Wow.
I really did need this coffee. Thanks,
For the
babe.
record, this is now exhibit 511. Sergeant, direct your attention to the screen if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance
Where
you
is it,
observed in this
please? I need
That
a
is
little
the
more scale.
thin, malleable, circular in shape, a piece of clear plastic that was located in the lawn area of 34 Fairview Road.
I just want you to know, Lally, that I looked up the word malleable before I got on the stand today so I could use that word. You just remember that, Lally.
All these cops call this guy Lally.
Now, lastly, sergeants, there's that set of photos that I just placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
There are
14
items.
pieces.
Those are items recovered in the lawn at 34 Fairview Road. Those items are a shard of glass, a BPD baseball hat with an American flag, and stains of blood.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Have we seen this picture yet?
No objection.
Oh, AJ's doing the cross. I mean, I think we knew that, but I'd seen somebody was hoping it was going to be Yannetti.
You must have been letting the dog out. We discussed that, babe.
I really love Yannetti's.
I do too. I really do.
And when you're talking about Canton, I'm not so sure that Yannetti does not resonate more with the citizens of that town.
For sure.
That's no slight on Jackson, but he's very
no, not at all. And it's just you got to know your
guy.
crowd, because for example, Midwest crowd might like, and what the East Coast, the East Coast, we're a rougher, more hard-shelled group of people. So people may think Yannetti comes off too rough. That's what they're used to.
Right.
I'm from Philadelphia, everybody. So that's why I feel like I can.
Big
say
sigh.
that.
I don't know who that was, but it was huge. That went 1.3 on the Richter scale of sighing. Reba Wigley, I'm so glad you asked. Scan this QR code. Go to our podcast, which is Defense Diaries podcast. Go to season 2, which is Garcia. I tell the entire story of the first time I ever laid eyes on my beautiful wife in law school.
But I don't get any input, and there's some,
it's spot fucking on. You're full of shit. Exactly how it went. It's been a lifelong debate with us.
I mean, it's a version of it. It's a version of it.
He thinks I'm taking creative liberty. Spot on.
5 what? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Your Honor, with the court's sorry. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos for the jury?
I hear it.
Yes.
I hear it.
Just says bullshit. Everything that guy just says bullshit.
Yeah.
Everything that guy just says bullshit.
Oh, gotta turn off the loop.
It's on a loop.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7727.
Thanks, Jay.
Got it.
Wait, is he
For the
moved
record,
on to
this is now
February
for
11th?
520. And again, Sergeant, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
I observed a shard of glass next to a measuring ruler.
And Ms. Hillman, if I could have 7729. For the record, this is.
Dizzy, if we
Exhibit
moved on to
522.
February
Again, Sergeant, if you
8th
could
or whatever.
describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
It's a larger piece of red plastic with black molding around the edge, located next to the telephone switch box on the grass area at 34 Fairview Road.
Yes, he
And Ms.
did. My
Hillman, if I could have
husband's long
photograph
loved that.
7733.
Jesse.
For the record, this is exhibit 526.
Fuck ton.
Sergeant,
How
from this
much?
photograph, what, if anything, are we looking at here?
This photograph here depicts the area which we are excavating during the morning hours of February 3rd, 2022. As the shovel works its way towards the grass, my laser pointer is directing your attention to Mr. O'Keefe's hat that was compacted underneath the snow on the ground.
Oh my
As far as
God.
this photograph is concerned, is that
All
accurate?
right. Listen, I can't take this shit. How did they miss his hat the morning of?
Well, what we need to know, and what I feel like
What I
I'm
need
going
to know is how they missed
far?
his hat that morning of.
Well, where is it? You know, I know
give
we
a
don't
shit.
know
They
exactly.
searched the entire yard.
I think they said
we've heard that
10.
testimony. They looked over the entire yard that morning. How do they miss the shoe and the hat? Like how? I don't know. I'm not implying that they're planting it, but what? I don't like. This investigation was so horrific that I can't even fathom it. It's like it's as if they decided immediately that it wasn't going to actually be a criminal investigation. And as far as I'm concerned, this crime scene was never, ever secured, ever. I mean, like, Jackson is going to have an absolute field day because everybody on the planet had access to that yard. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, and I'm not lying. Like, whoever posted it in the chat days ago talking about like Andy Dufresne just shaking his shit, like, you know, his wall out of his pant leg in the yard is exactly how I feel like this shit would have got. It makes no sense to me. It really doesn't. I would guess, babe, what do you think? This defense, I'd say $500,000 easy.
Yeah, easy.
Easy. $500,000 easy. For two lawyers.
Plus, they got that third, but they might have thrown her in.
I think
know.
I think Elizabeth is with one of the offices.
Right.
That's my understanding.
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know if you want me to. I just saw a journalist tweeted it out. The two new counts in the Rex Sherman murder in the second degree. Jessica Taylor.
Wow.
And Sandra Castilla. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. And so Jessica Taylor says on or about July 21st to 26, 2003. Sandra between November 19th and 20th, 1993. I mean,
it's moving up. It's moving up the timeline, man. It's like you said,
he's been doing this since 1993.
Before, I would bet before.
How old is he?
And now,
and up to and including
the dude's still
right. He was active. I heard you say that. And how old is this guy?
That's a good question.
He's gonna be in his 60s, early 60s, I'd say.
Yes.
Maybe he'll do one of those
60. He's good call, Bobby. He's 60 years old.
jinx things and just talk to himself on a recording all the time.
Holy shit! Sorry, didn't mean to.
No, and is there coverage that you want to do it, or we're waiting?
Well, 11 is supposed to be the
okay.
All right, let's go.
I think we might want to start a new feed, by the way, like even maybe keep this one running and start another on yours.
Sifting through on the morning of February 3rd.
It does.
And that again is several days after the blizzard of January 29th, correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 7740. For the record, this is exhibit 530. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
We're looking at Mr. O'Keefe's hat on the grass, pressed down and compacted to a flat surface underneath the snow, which has been excavated around it.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to see the next picture of the snow underneath it.
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Even when you pick up dog poop after like snow starts to melt around it, the grass looks different under it than it does under everywhere else.
First time that you had been at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
And with respect, if I could turn your attention briefly to the following day of February 4th. Did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Yes, I did.
And what brought you to 34 Fairview Road on February 4th?
Having excavated those items on the 3rd, I directed the troopers in my office, who obviously reside in the communities around us,
like
to
Proctor,
make a point to travel by that location every day on the way to work and every day on the way home. The purpose of that was to see if anything else was to reveal itself as the snow naturally melts away and items could present themselves. So on the February 4th,
found it all.
as I am traveling to work, I diverted my typical route of travel to go by 34 Fairview Road. Just prior to my arrival, I received a call stating that there was Ken police representatives at the scene, and more items have been revealed
on the 4th
due to the melting snow, and that I should come collect those items. I was down the street. I arrived and collected the item that presented itself.
And if you recall, that item that you collected on February 4th, was that located on the lawn, on the street, or something else?
It was on the lawn.
Now, with reference to your collection of these items, either on February 3rd, February 4th, or on any sort of subsequent date, how were they collected, and what exactly did you do with them in reference to the seizing of the items and storage of the items?
Objection.
Each item that was collected was placed in a evidence paper bag. The collection was done by utilizing latex
He was there for
gloves,
every single collection
to prevent any transfer of evidence from fingerprints to DNA onto those items. Then those items were transported to our office, logged into the system, and stored in the evidence lockers at the office.
And each of those respective bags of items or evidence, they were sealed as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, turning your attention to February 10th of 2022, did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day as well?
Everything.
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you seize on that particular day?
We seized more shards of glass and plastic.
And if you know, or if you recall, how many pieces did you seize on that particular day?
My memory is exhausted to that, but exact numbers annotated in on the bags that the items were placed into.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We've got one larger piece, about 4 inches on 2/8.
Look at that section and look up on it.
If that's what we're going to, February 8th, if we're still on the 4th, I don't know. They didn't talk about anything on the 4th yesterday, plastic-wise.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, is your memory refreshed as to how many items or what the items were that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it is.
10th?
And what were those items and how many, sir?
There was 6 items of clear red and black plastic and 14 items of plastic and glass.
Now, in addition to the dates that you were present at 34 Fairview Road and recovered items, them being February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, were there other dates that you're aware of that items were recovered by troopers that you supervised?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were those dates?
The dates
Objection.
were January 29th, February 11th, and February 18th.
Were there items recovered on February 8th as well?
8th, yeah.
Yes.
Now, as far as your direction or having, let me first start with you. So on the dates that you were there, February 3rd, 4th, and 10th, were you alone on those dates, or were there other troopers with you when you were there?
On the 4th, I was alone as far as state police personnel. There were other Canton law enforcement representatives at the scene with me as I collected that one item. On the other days, I was accompanied by other troopers.
And as far as you know, obviously not being present, but from your supervision of these troopers, were there other occasions where individuals were at 34 Fairview Road? Were they alone, or were they with a group of troopers?
Objection.
Sustained.
My memory is exhausted is a key
Now,
legal phrase
As
used
far as the
for everyone trying to refresh
items that were
recollection.
recovered when you were there on February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm sending you with a box. First, just ask if you recognize that box.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's the box storing items logged into evidence as they relate to this case.
And Your Honor, with court
Which-
permission, may the sergeant open the box?
Yes.
Looks open a couple times there, Sergeant. Doesn't even look sealed up there at the top. What the flip? It wasn't even sealed. Wow.
Now, First Sergeant, with regard to the items, as far as plastic and or glass that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, if you could locate those items.
Enjoy, Jesse. It's a good one.
And
Bob hasn't
Sergeant,
even
with
seen the
respect
comment.
to each of
He's
those
sleeping.
bags, they contain items of evidentiary value, whether they be plastic or glass, that were recovered on February 3rd. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, how many bags in total do you have there before you?
I have 3 bags, 2 containing broken glass and plastic, and a stirring straw, broken red plastic and clear plastic, and a bag containing 1 black Boston Police Department hat.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in minutes the next 3 exhibits.
No objection.
Okay.
No particular order.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 537, with the court's permission, may the sergeant remove that item, the hat, from the bag and display for the jury.
Yes.
While he opens this, DA says Heuermann was living with a woman in 1993 whose hair was found on Sandra Castillo's right arm. Suspect's DNA on striped shirt pulled over Castillo's head. Castillo, 28, lived in Queens, born in Trinidad and Tobago.
Wow.
1993. That's just
Moved it back 2 decades. The timeline of his activity.
how are they going to try them all together? Is that even possible? Or...
That's how they do it.
It could be if they can connect it by the motive or the means.
I've never seen them try a serial killer case by
Separate.
case.
Right.
I mean, Gacy's only spanned, I say only, but spanned 6 years that they believe. I obviously think that he was active before.
Thank you, sir. You can place that
You
back.
just missed it. We've got a Jessie Charles who just said she just downloaded the season 1 Casey tape.
Yeah. Thank you.
You were sleeping. You were taking one of your, what'd you call them, taps? There you go.
Yeah, my
Sergeant, from your observations of Mr. O'Keefe on surveillance video from both C.F. McCarthy's and the waterfall on January 29th, what, if any, similarities did you observe between hat, which you just displayed and located on the lawn of 34 Fairview Road, and the hat Mr. O'Keefe is wearing in those videos?
It appears to be the same exact hat.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the box of other items, if you could remove what, if any, items you recovered and seized from 34 Fairview Road on February 4th. And again, sir, just for the record, what's contained within that bag from February 4th?
Contained within the bag is a piece of red, hard plastic taillight cover.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Objection. Thank you. Exhibit 538.
Couldn't they have stipulated to some of this?
And lastly, Sergeant, with regard to the box, if you could remove the items that you seized from February 10th, 2022. And Sergeant, with respect to those 2 bags of items, if you could just inform the jury what is contained within those bags.
Bag labeled item number 10 contains 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Bag labeled number 11 is containing 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments.
Thank you, Sergeant. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, no, Your Honor, thank you.
Exhibits 539 and 540.
Agreed, Susan. They definitely need that part of it, but like,
Yes.
you know, the admission of each bag, there's some things they could have figured a way to streamline, but.
Thank you, sir.
Good question, Vicky.
Moving
Very
on from
good
that, if I
question.
could bring you back just one last time to the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, as far as you had testified earlier that there was no video that you observed of the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts looking at the passenger side taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any video of the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts actually leaving from One Meadows Ave on that morning of January 29th?
There was not.
Wait, we saw
Now,
them.
as far as the videos that were not,
Thanks, Kimmy.
as far as the defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts leaving, the next video depicted Mr. Camerano arriving at the residence to pick up Ms. Furbush, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with regard to the missing video of the defendant arriving at One Meadows Ave on January 29th, sometime after midnight, the video immediately preceding that, again, would have been Mr. Camerano arriving and picking up his daughter from One Meadows Avenue sometime around 11:30 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And those videos were both present, correct?
That's correct.
If I could bring you back to February 3rd, 2022. On that date, did you have occasion to meet with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes, I did.
And when you met with Mr. Higgins, who, if any, one from your office was with you when you met?
Trooper Mike Proctor was from my office present during that interview.
And during the course of that interview, what, if any, documentation did Mr. Higgins provide you with?
Mr. Higgins provided me with a printout of a Celebread extraction containing conversations via text message between him and Mr. John OKeefe and between him and the defendant. He also provided a digital copy of the same extraction on a CD.
Now, what, if anything, did you advise Mr. Higgins of at that time as far as Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the defendant's phone?
I advised Mr. Higgins that we were in possession of both of those devices and would have the extraction and accurate documentation of those conversations.
And did he seem to understand that when you told him?
Yes, he understood it.
Objection.
Yeah,
Sustain.
it's a little late.
Strike
Jackson.
that, folks.
Say it faster so he doesn't get
Now,
it in.
also on February 3rd, at some point, did you have occasion to go inside of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
And who, if anyone, did you interview inside of 34 Fairview Road on that day?
I interviewed Mrs. Albert.
That would be, just for the record, Nicole Albert, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, was present with you during that interview of Nicole Albert?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor was present with me.
Anybody else from the Albert family present in the home or present during the course of that interview?
Mr. Brian Albert was also present. I don't know who else exactly was present in the home. I just know that those two residents were in the room with us.
And where was Brian Albert at the time that you conducted the interview of Nicole Albert?
In the room with us, seated next to her.
He said upstairs.
Now, with reference to...
That's what I remember.
I'm going to ask you just a little bit about sort of the interview process as far as the interviews that you conducted in this case.
Yes.
If you could describe for the jury, starting
Someone
with
fact
sort of
check me here. I'm pretty sure.
how many people from your unit are present for a given interview and how those interviews are conducted.
That might have been for someone else.
We're now going to pretend that we actually conducted an investigation inside the house. So let's start talking about all those great interviews you did. Thank you.
All right, so Susan got me. I started to think it might have been for somebody
Conduct
else.
interviews always at pairs. I think I mentioned it yesterday.
Thanks, Susan.
Typically, during a regular investigation into a homicide or any death investigation, we pair up our troopers with a local detective. In this instance, since Canton had recused themselves from interview portion of the investigation, they were not going to provide manpower for those interviews to be conducted. Thus, we had to utilize only troopers from our office in order to conduct those interviews.
And typically, obviously not perfect, but as far as the interviews that you were present for, about how long a period of time, generally speaking, were the interviews that you conducted in this case?
From my experience, I have learned that to fully communicate a course of recollection of events that an individual observes, experiences, or is aware of, and understand every detail of that experience, it would take approximately 45 minutes at a minimum to conduct a full interview.
Wow, now he's an expert on how long it takes a
detail.
person to express everything they know about everything.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to June 9th of 2022. On that day, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And at some point during that meeting, did you have conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And was that conversation, or at least portions of it, memorialized in any way?
Yes, it was.
With my
May I
notes.
approach?
Yes.
Are we going to get a recording? Is there an actual recording?
I'm showing you a disc. Does that contain an audio recording, the best of your knowledge? Does that contain an audio recording of a portion of your conversation with Ms. Reed on June 9th, 2022?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll hold the seat to introduce the minutes of the next.
All right. No objection, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, before we play this again, please be mindful of the instruction from yesterday. So you're about to hear statements allegedly made by the defendant, allegedly concerning the crimes with which she's charged in this case. Before you can consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether the statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police, or any questioning by the police, the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education,
Unless it was him.
experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor, and you must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances.
It was voluntary because she just if we're talking about the thing she said at the police station, it was voluntary because she offered it without anyone asking her a question. So under the law, a spontaneous utterance is voluntary.
Yeah, like I'm guessing it's the booking video.
Yeah, but why would Bukhenik be handling booking? Like just the guy I mean, maybe
I don't know that he is. This is all collective knowledge doctrine, or at least a portion of it is.
he asked him, was a portion of your conversation with, that's
Maybe
what I
it's
thought
different.
he said.
Maybe it's different, but we know that Judge Bed, like, she ruled that they weren't going to play the video because she went back because the defense was arguing to keep this out, but she was going to let it in, but only the audio because it showed Karen in cuffs.
Right. Well, we're about to see it. Do we have any, like,
With
can
the
you
court's
fast forward?
permission, may we
Well,
publish that for the jury at this time?
never
Yes,
mind.
do you want to turn off the air conditioning? Is this very short, right?
I mean,
It is
her
very
and
short.
theirs.
and if
No,
we-
you're fine.
yes.
He's about to play it. Save any bloops we have.
Yeah, this is it. This is the.
Because she said it's very short. God, I hope he loses all credibility by making
this
the
is
argument
just
he's been
audio.
making.
Correct?
All right, guys, that's this. You're all right. Everybody's guesses here.
Okay, you're aware that you speed up that brand conference. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right?
I'll handle those.
My taillight is correct and John is pulverized.
Thank you. Sergeant, on hearing that statement from the defendant, what was your reaction?
Objection.
Sustained.
On hearing that statement, what, if anything, did you do?
I advised the
See?
defendant
Objection.
not
Objection.
to further speak.
Objection.
Come on. And
I'll
you know
allow
what?
that.
Pause it. Oh, wow. I don't know that they were playing anything further and she shouldn't have allowed it, but he knows he's not supposed to be getting in what he said. And he asked him a question, what did you do next? Knowing his answer was going to be what he said next.
Sure.
Sleazy.
Sleaze balls.
Now, at some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic findings relating to the defendant's tail?
Yes, I was.
And specifically DNA findings?
Yes.
And specifically that there were...
Objection.
Sustained. Yes, you can turn the air conditioning.
Get the air back on immediately. Immediately. Put the
So,
air back on.
rewind a sec. I want to hear the full question so I can kind of make a guess on what we're objectioning.
Yes, I
points.
I actually want to hear the recording again because it sounded
Speak.
like shit.
Hearing that...
Well, we all know what it said.
I want to hear it.
On hearing that statement from...
All right.
It's 3 seconds.
Yep.
Thank you. Sergeant, on
Now
hearing
gotta
that
go
statement...
forward
Damn it.
again.
My taillight is correct. We're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight is correct and John is pulverized.
What about the part about the fight in the house? What about, that
My taillight is correct and John is pulverized.
What is exactly the statement?
John is
well,
pulverized.
that's saying my taillights, are we all in on the same joke? Stop. We're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight's cracked. John's head is pulverized.
How does the Commonwealth think that works in her favor? She's obviously saying it in a fashion that
Sergeant,
that's bullshit. You're saying
on hearing that
pulverized
statement
and
from the
merely
defendant, what was your
crap.
reaction?
All right, now go to the
Anything? Forensic findings relating
Go
to investigation
forward again.
were you made? And
Wait, you were going to get, are you getting to the question that created the sidebar?
that there were specifically DNA findings?
Keep going.
Yes.
Forward a little bit more.
And specifically,
Yes, you can turn the air conditioner.
That was it.
All right.
and
It was.
specifically into the defendant's tail,
Yes, I was.
and specifically DNA findings,
Yes.
and specifically that there were
Objection.
Okay. So
Sustained.
obviously they're saying whether this guy
Yes,
can
you
talk
can turn
about
the air
the DNA findings. That's hearsay. He's got to let the DNA expert talk about it. So let's see where they come back after the. Are you live now?
So Sergeant Bukhenik, on January 16th, 2024, at some point in that day, did you meet with a Sergeant Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
I did.
And who, if anyone else, well, let me ask you this, as far as any other troopers from your office, who, if anyone else, was there with yourself and Sergeant Gallerani?
Trooper Mike Proctor.
And what was the purpose of your meeting with Sergeant Gallerani, Trooper Proctor, on that morning?
Collection of our DNA.
And was that something that you did voluntarily?
Yes.
And how was it that the sergeant collected your DNA?
Through a buccal swab.
And were you present when Trooper Proctor submitted to a buccal swab as well?
Yes, I was.
And then as far as the swabbings that were taken from both yourself and Trooper Proctor, were those logged into evidence by you, or did Sergeant Gallerani take them with him when he left?
Sergeant Gallerani took him with it when he left.
This is just to exclude possible contamination from the people who handled the evidence.
They do it all the time.
Or should.
Well, right. Especially when they're properly processing
May I approach?
Yes.
I actually haven't seen DNA where they take the police. Now that I'm thinking about it, even in cases, pause it a sec, even in cases where we've had undetermined DNA, I haven't never seen the police officers who handled it DNA included in that. I wonder when they did it. And did they give the date? They did in January. Huh. So it was early on.
To answer Mia Bito's, if the defense had these and they came as part and parcel of the Commonwealth's discovery, no, they wouldn't have to say, hey, you missed this picture. If they had it and the state did not have it, they would have to turn it over.
If defendant has pics where the light wasn't shattered, would they have to disclose that pretrial? No, right. They would have to disclose any evidence that they intend to use. And, it also begs the question of if they knew by the time snow started to melt that she was being accused of this offense, wouldn't someone have gone out to look for broken pieces there at the scene at John's house? But I don't know, as we sit here today, what day she was arrested. Was she arrested before February 3rd? Do you know, Bob? When she was arrested?
I think she was arrested, on the 2nd or the 3rd, I believe. Dizzy will pop it in there. Or Sleuthy.
Well, I don't know. She was released on bail May 21st. Well, it's got to be before this. This was February 10th, I think, or I forget, but somewhere I thought in February, that recording. So January 2024, February 3rd, and again in June.
My apologies, Ron.
That's okay.
So they might not have known until June how important those pieces
Thank you very
would
much,
be.
Sergeant. Ron, I have no further questions.
Oh my gosh.
Examination.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Can't take it.
All right.
Sergeant Bukhenik, I want to start with one of the latter things that you discussed with Mr. Lally, and that's specific to the ring video that y'all talked about this morning. Do you have that in mind?
I do.
The search warrant that produced, and just so we're clear, I'm talking about the specific ring video or series of videos that were associated with One Meadows, John OKeefe's home.
Okay.
Okay. You didn't write the search warrant for those ring videos, did you?
I did not.
You were not the affiant for those search warrants.
I was not.
Who was the author of the search warrant and the affiant?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor.
Who received the actual ring video or videos from the Ring Corporation?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor received it.
And who ultimately either logged those into evidence or controlled those once they were received from the Ring Corporation?
I believe it was Trooper Mike Proctor.
And ultimately, Sergeant Bukhenik, you did note that in addition to just the physical videos themselves, that login information and login keystrokes, et cetera, were requested from the Ring Corporation as well, correct?
Pause it 1 sec, babe.
No, I want to hear this.
All right.
There was discussion
Pause it in a second.
with Ring asking for those logs.
I'll call it, is it correct to say an activity log?
That's what was requested, yes, activity log, yes.
So ultimately, the activity log would show who logs in, who accesses the data, things of that nature, correct? Or at least that was the hope.
That is what was requested.
All right. It would also show logging in and executing deletions, manipulating the log files, things of that nature, correct?
That is what was requested, yes.
When you reviewed those log or activity logs, there was no evidence revealed that my client ever logged into that account, correct?
There was no activity logs provided by Ring.
So you have zero, hang on.
If that's true, that was a disingenuous question.
Isn't it true that Ring contacted Trooper Proctor and indicated that they had created a Dropbox folder that contained the evidence that had been sought in the search warrant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, now collective
Isn't it true
knowledge is no
that
good.
The search warrant return specified account information, video recordings, and number 3, activity logs associated with video recordings are all times displayed in UTC.
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, why
Do
don't you
you
look at this?
recall that activity logs were in fact provided from the Ring Corporation?
I do not recall that, no.
Okay. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Yeah, let's give him the return. Let's see the search warrant return there. Now I'm going to call him Bukhenik.
Wow.
Take a look.
Sorry.
We got her there,
Oh,
Jay.
how the
We got her
tides
there.
have turned. Oh, how the tides have turned.
Down the
We
middle
got
of
her
the
there,
page.
buddy.
Wow.
And
Did it,
review
Jay.
that to yourself and let me know when you're finished.
Bukhenik.
So the supervisor of the lead investigator doesn't know what was returned by them. Come on.
And he knew every other fact on direct. Didn't have to look at one goddamn report ever.
I think it works in their favor when they pull this shit, the defense's favor, because it looks like an aha moment. And I felt that way with the forensic woman yesterday that did the glass when she had to look for so long. Well, but did it match the actual cup? And she's looking and she's looking. It seems like,
Especially in light of the fact that he didn't have to refer to one report over 5 hours of direct.
right.
And within the
And
first
it takes about 30 seconds to read this
first
thing.
line of questioning, he needs
He's
to
stumbling.
report.
Bukhenik.
Everything this guy's about to say is bullshit. I mean, It doesn't take this long to figure out that the search warrant return says that. He's like, oh shit, what am I gonna say? Let's see. I'm gonna say, well, how come he's thinking, how come Lolly didn't tell me this beforehand? Oof. Let's just keep reading. It's not going away, buddy.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I was going to say that was a crazy question to ask. If there
Does this
wasn't,
refresh your recollection as to the items received from the Ring Corporation?
That is the first time I saw that document, so it does not refresh my recollection. I simply read it.
So do you have a recollection as you sit here that in fact during the course of your investigation, the three items that you received from the Ring Corporation were the account information, the video recordings, and quote, activity logs associated with the video recordings, all times displayed in UTC?
To the extent of its availability, as it says in that document.
Okay. The long and short of it is, during the entire course of your investigation, you never revealed that investigation never revealed any evidence whatsoever that my client ever even accessed the account information for the Ring account associated with this search warrant, correct?
Nothing provided by Ring proved or suggested or proved any evidence of that type of activity, no.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, you were notified.
I am not Trooper Proctor.
I'm sorry.
No, you're acting like him.
Sergeant Bukhenik.
Sergeant Bukhenik.
How do I say it?
Bukhenik.
Bukhenik.
I'll give that a shot.
It's fine.
Bukhenik?
Yes.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Could go with Bukhenik
If I
for that.
screwed up again,
Stop.
please.
No, you opened the door, Ali. You opened the door. You opened it.
On January 29th, you were notified about a Boston police officer found gravely injured outside the home of 34 Fairview at about 6:40 in the morning. Was that your testimony?
That is not.
What time were you notified?
I was not notified it was a Boston police officer.
So you didn't have that information upon the first notification?
I did not.
Okay, what information did you have?
There was a male party in the snowbank, possibly of a heart attack.
At what point did you learn that the individual was in fact a sworn Boston police officer?
Oh.
Big sigh.
I do not know exactly when I learned that he was a Boston police officer.
I think it was during that day.
I'm
or
shocked.
The following day.
Maybe
it was
we
most
knew
likely
this already.
that day, either. Yeah.
Fair enough.
He's almost gone into slow
Trooper
motion.
Proctor was
That was, like,
ultimately
really
assigned as the, what did you call him? Not lead investigator, but case officer?
That's correct.
He was assigned on the 29th, correct?
Crazy.
He was on call from 7 a.m. on January 28th until 7 a.m. on January 29th.
So his assignment was, he was assigned on the 29th because he was on call.
He was on call. His assignment took effect when the schedule came out back in mid-December.
Okay. Well, he wouldn't be assigned to this investigation until there was a need for the investigation, right? And that's all I'm getting to. And once the call came in, he was the assigned case agent.
Once the calls come in, the person that's on call is automatically assigned that case.
All right. Did you personally, as his supervisor, did you personally respond to 34 Fairview at any point on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Did Trooper Proctor, at your direction or on his own, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time on January 29th?
No, he did not.
Based on your initial investigation, and I'm talking about going way back, Sergeant.
Way back.
Your initial investigation, by 10 or 10:30 in the morning, 10:40 in the morning, it was your belief that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the face by a person. That was your initial understanding of the circumstances surrounding the investigation, correct?
My initial understanding was that the defendant stated that she hit him. We did not know them.
Sergeant, you hadn't even met my client at that point. You hadn't interviewed a single witness by 10:41 in the morning, correct? Not one witness.
That's not correct. We had already interviewed the first responders.
Okay, when I say
That's
witness,
not a
I'm talking
witness.
about civilian witnesses. So at 10:41, you hadn't interviewed a person at 34 Fairview or associated.
It actually
civilians
helps that
associated
he
with this
interviewed
incident,
the
correct?
first responders
At
and
that
still
point,
thought he
no
was hitting the
civilians
face.
have been interviewed, no.
But at 10:41, Sergeant, you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital to inform them that, quote, Mr. O'Keefe was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, end quote. Correct?
I do not recall contacting Good Samaritan Hospital.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes.
Start with the bullshit already.
Oh my
Wow,
God.
man.
I have to say,
How can you trust
these
the
are the
fucking
pause it
word
one
these people
sec.
say?
Pause it 1 second. We will give
Can't
Bob
take
and I
it.
will give more of this like analysis. I know he doesn't like want to do it right now because he wants this to flow when we do our recap of this. But two things, like sometimes, and I've said this before, I think that Jackson, he's expecting, like he's really got his mind set on where he's taking this and where it's going. To me, the fact that he already spoke to the first responders, or that they have already interviewed the first responders, and someone, whether it's him or someone else in the investigative team, is telling the hospital he was struck in the face with a glass,
It's huge.
is huge for the defense. So helpful to the defense, even more than if he had not spoken to the first responders.
Well, it's going to be even more huge if it turns out it is him that said it.
Right.
I'd like you to take a look at this document, and if you wouldn't mind, pay special attention to the second page, the bottom paragraph where it's tabbed in pink.
While he reads this, more Rex updates. They found a document on his hard drive. The document lists supplies, including saw/cutting tools, photo film, and DS, which investigators believe stands for dump site. It also contains a dispose of the following section and the note, hunt too long, seen in area too long. I mean, this shit is about to get out.
They might find photos. He's been photographing all this stuff. That's somewhere. He's kept that somewhere.
Oh yeah, maybe that's the box. There was talk about a box when they were searching the woods recently. I mean, this is.
Oh look, see again with the really long review. He's like, God damn it, Lolly, you didn't tell me about this. Wow, look at his face. Look at his furrowed brow. It's like, wait a minute. Is this right?
Furrows.
It's like I feel like in there you could waiting for a pin drop for him to say whether he said it. I don't know if that's what's really happening in that courtroom, but the longer he looks at it, to me, the more dramatic the answer. He's like, all right, yeah, I did say that shit. Fuck. Gonna keep looking at it. I gotta think about what I'm gonna say now. Damn it, what am I gonna say? It's like, fuck.
Think about that. Hunt too long, seen in the area. He was hunting. This man was hunting humans. I mean,
and he's worried about getting seen. He's like, I gotta find a new hunting ground. Guys, we're talking about Rex. What's his last name?
Yes, Rex Durbin. Sorry. Yeah, at 11. I don't know if you. I mean, that's supposed to be the presser.
Yep, we're gonna take a break for it.
Maybe to line up with the.
All right. Here we go.
Oh, that would be great if it lined up with the break.
Thank you, sir. Having reviewed this, does this refresh your recollection that you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital and gave them an assessment, at least based on your investigation at that time?
That is not true.
What did you say to Good Samaritan Hospital?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital. That document is for the medical examiner's office.
I'm not asking you where the document is from. I'm asking you if the document says Trooper Yuri Bukhenik called back at 10:41 stating the case is now being treated as a suspicion.
The objection sustained.
Did you call back to Good Samaritan Hospital and say that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious due to a domestic situation. Did you say that?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital.
Did you say that there's a possibility that D was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever contact anybody at any medical facility and indicate that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious, in quotation marks, because the victim appeared to have been struck in the face by a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Allow that. Did you ever say that?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I did say
Finally.
that to the medical examiner's operations desk.
Okay, so
He wasn't answering the
when I was asking
question.
you for a good Sam, you said, no, that's not true. That's never happened. You were correcting me on the fact that it happened at the medical examiner's office, not at this.
I responded and answered your question honestly, yes.
Okay, so honestly, you did, in fact, at 10:41 a.m., indicate to another professional involved in the investigation that the circumstance was being treated as a physical assault at that point, correct?
I communicated our suspicions to the medical examiner's office.
And that was at 10:41 or thereabouts in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
Your initial investigation during those obviously critical hours, the beginning hours, led you to believe that there was at least a good possibility. You indicated that you made a phone call, that it was a physical altercation that led to John OKeefe's death, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What steps did you take, sir, in those moments, to determine whether someone in the house at 34 Fairview may have been involved in that physical altercation that you suspected at the time?
As investigations develop, we followed the evidence and statements made.
That it was a fight.
The steps I took was Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to an eyewitness who was also present at the scene when the
We
victim
still
was
thought it was a fight.
discovered and interviewed Mr. McCabe.
And prior to that, prior to interviewing Ms. McCabe, by the way, that was at Ms. McCabe's home, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Even though you believe that there may have been a physical altercation, you didn't ask anybody to come down to the station. Is that right? Any of the witnesses?
That's correct.
And you did not seek to actually go to the physical location of 34 Fairview in those next few hours?
That's correct.
Or the next few days, correct?
Not myself, no.
Okay. As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor did not either, did he?
No, he did not.
You didn't secure the interior of the house as a potential crime scene. You certainly know how to do that, right?
That's a compound question. Do you want me to answer whether I did it or whether I know how to do it?
Well,
Wow.
I'll ask the question. If you can answer it, please answer it.
Okay.
Can you answer that question?
I
Well,
can
what's
answer
compound?
that question.
Why don't you answer both of them then?
First portion is we did not secure the home as a crime scene. And the second portion, yes, I do know how to do that.
And you didn't, as a Massachusetts State Police official, you didn't secure the outside as a crime scene either, did you?
I did not know.
I gotta keep notes. I got so much
To your
say on the
knowledge,
recap.
nobody else from Massachusetts State Police ever did either, did they?
Yes, they did.
How was that done and when?
When members of our office and the CERT team responded to that location and secured the front yard grass area and processed it.
That was at 5:45, 6 o'clock that night on the 29th?
I believe it was earlier, but I was not present, so I can't testify to the time.
So you don't know personally what they did to quote unquote secure or not secure the crime scene. You know they searched it, but in terms of securing it as a crime scene, you don't have personal knowledge to that.
I was not present.
You never took any photos of the interior of the house, correct?
I did not know.
You never caused CSSS to go inside the house and process that house as a potential crime scene, correct?
I did not know.
No forensic criminalist at your direction ever went into 34 Fairview?
No, they did not.
And the people that you interviewed on January 29th, you already mentioned Ms. McCabe. The other people were her husband, Matt McCabe, correct?
That's correct.
And her brother-in-law, Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all three of them were interviewed where?
They were interviewed at the McCabe residence.
Now, yesterday when you testified, did you indicate that Brian Albert was not present in the home when you interviewed Matt McCabe and Jennifer McCabe?
He was not present in the dining room when we were interviewing each individual separately.
So if all three of them testified that he arrived before you arrived, they would all be wrong.
I did not see him in the home when we arrived, no.
Because he was hiding upstairs.
I want to switch gears real quick to a couple of the physical items that you testified about yesterday, specifically the gray shirt or the gray hoodie and the orange shirt. You and Trooper Proctor collected both of those items you indicated from the floor of the hospital at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that you and Trooper Proctor immediately bagged both of those items. They were sort of sopping wet, I think you said.
That's correct.
You indicated that the bags were so wet that you had to take the items back out of the bags and then lay them out on, I think you said, butcher paper. Is that right?
The items were soaked and wet. They were bagged, double bagged, to prevent leakage of physiological fluids and the moisture coming off of it. And then once they were transported to the office, they were laid out on butcher paper in order to dry naturally.
So you went from Good Samaritan directly to Dighton, correct?
That is correct.
And then you went from Dighton directly to the Canton Police Department, after which you had seized the vehicle, correct? And the phone.
We seized the phone in the vehicle in Dighton and then followed the tow truck straight to the Canton Police Department.
So at some point, if you had received or gathered the wet clothing at Good Sam, went from Good Sam to Dighton Canton PD, at what point that evening did you finally get those items of clothing out and laid out to dry?
It was late that night, around 10 or so.
So where were the items in the meantime?
They were stored in the back passenger compartment of my pickup truck.
In those double bags?
Correct.
Who took control of the items to then lay them out late that night at the office?
I do not recall.
Is that you or Trooper Proctor?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
At some point, obviously, it was getting late. You'd been on duty for a long time that day. You went home at some point, correct?
At some point, yes.
Did you wait for those clothes to dry before you went home, or did you leave that in Trooper Proctor's hands?
No, once they were laid out in the processing area in the office, we went home.
Okay. Who would have controlled those items of evidence when you left?
Well, they're under lock and key within the secure area of the district attorney's office, so they're secured. Nobody's in physical control watching guard over them.
Who had access to that area?
Troopers in our office.
Meaning you, obviously.
Yes.
Supervisor. Trooper Proctor as well, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Ultimately, given the fact that he was the case officer, sort of in charge, the lead, he would have bagged those items up, been responsible for taking those items, tagging them, getting them stored wherever they needed to be stored and processed, correct?
As a case officer, he could direct other people to perform those tasks for him. The evidence officers in the office log in the evidence, and once it was dried, it was sealed up, bagged, and put into storage. As far as who actually performed those tasks, I do not know.
Well, yesterday, Your Honor, may I approach course, right? There's a couple of evidence.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Guys, we'll be going live quick on this Rex Sherman press conference, and I'm starting to see pieces that are coming out from this bail application, and it's going to blow your fucking mind.
Jay, can you, what I want to do, I'm going to keep
This is not a vision contest. I'll bring these up to you in just a second.
Pause it a sec, Bay.
So I'm going to pause this, and then can you put up the presser?
Oh,
can you
let me
share
try
it?
to do that. Yeah, hold on. Let me try to do that. Weird, because the only thing I can see right now that
we won't miss 1 second of it. I'll pause it exactly where we're at. This is huge breaking news.
Yeah, you guys, it's gonna. All right, let me see if I can do this. All right, so it's weird because the only place that I can see that has it. Let me see. Was it press conference?
Wow,
They haven't started yet.
All right, do you want to switch back or you want to wait?
And then all of a sudden he's
Yeah, if you could switch back, Bob, and I could just when it goes live, I can let you know.
Okay.
Well, people are
familiarity's sake.
Oh, they're starting to fill in, Bob. I don't know.
Sorry.
All right,
yesterday.
Let's go.
They look familiar, yes.
Okay, this one.
We all appreciate, and it looks like it is going to be an entire team represented, as you would expect. Think about all the investigators.
You guys can hear that, right?
The countless
Yes.
hours that have been poured into this case. I would guarantee you that the investigators that you see here are the ones who have been working on this case. They're standing up here for good reason, flanked by Suffolk County DA Raymond Tierney, to be able to get credit for their extended work over many, many years. Again, an investigative task force put together.
There's probably
bring
so
justice
many
to these
serial
families,
killers out there that have
and
never
we are
been
now
discovered.
closing in on 11 o'clock Eastern. So that's 2.5 minutes from now.
So let me mute him while they're. So I'm looking at some of the. I have bits and pieces of the bail application. So things to remember under his things to remember part. Sound travels, i.e., bird outside. Control the amount of air in and out to control the noise made. Get sleep before hunt. Too tired creates problems. Hit harder. Too many hit to take down. Consider a hit to the face next time for takedown. I mean, this is more sleep and noise control equals more playtime. Use push pins.
What?
Use push pins to hang drop clothes from ceilings, not tape. Use heavy rope for neck. Light rope broke under stress of being tightened. I mean, this is
wow.
Let me see what else I got. By the way, I got to thank Brooklyn, who is our awesome on Brooklyn, who has been sending me these.
Someone
updates.
update this, babe. Can you update the ticker to say read trial on pause? Rex
Yeah, it's
Human.
it's his playbook, man. Fucking A.
And also, there are saying that from what I've seen, that each one of the trip, his wife was away, like his wife was in Vermont with Jessica Taylor. I think they're continuing to say that his wife and family was away during each of these. I could be wrong.
That's part of his MO. They mentioned that before. I've heard that from you.
Yeah. So he had 3 parts. He has 3 parts to this little thing: pre-prep, prep, post-event. Pre-prep, vehicle inspection, engage T1, recon DS, I think is dumping site 1, locate DS 2, weather report, recon vid and cams, recon pickup zone for vid cams. Then he's got the prep, set up stage, holding area, build table, crossbar, hard point. And then he's got post event, destroy file, change tire, burn gloves, dispose of pics, have story set. This is
He should be working to, if he doesn't want the death penalty. What state is this? It's your state, right?
New York, yeah.
New York. So wait, is there a death penalty in New York? No,
there is, but they never use it. I don't know what the reason is. There is one, but it's never used. All right, now I got another list. Problems he's listing: DNA, tire marks, bloodstains, fingerprints, MO, in parentheses, plastic bag / cat litter. Witness, trace source of supplies. I mean, this is what your nightmares. This is like a movie. This doesn't seem real. Foot / shoe prints, photos, misleaders, police stop, truck stuck, fingerprints, in gloves, plastic bags, match to box, hair and fiber. These are all things he listed as problems. Supply.
Yeah, those are potential things that'll get him caught. That's his
Right.
list of things to avoid at all costs, which
Here's
he
what he-
did very well for a long
Babe,
time.
did you post the link to this as a Rex update?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Supplies, booties, lye/acid, police scanner, rope/cord, saw/cutting tools, hair nets, photo film, burn can, foam drain cleanser, body wash/wipes, tarps, drop clothes, medical gloves, bag/tape, large electrical clips, ratchet cargo strap, and then he has one column that's just DS, which they're assuming is dumping site. Dump site 1, Mill Road. Dump
Wow.
site 2, a bunch of question marks. Then it says dumpster site, and then it says in parentheses, next time recon dumpster locations. Oh
Wow.
my God. Then there's a TRG, whatever TRG means, and it says T1 Megan question mark. Small is good, and then T unknown black. When this
So it
bail
has
application comes up.
have to do with the victim. I've got to figure out
Yeah.
all right, here we go, guys.
Oh, sorry, let me put on the sound.
Final mic checks here. Heartbreaking and terrifying. Sending prayers and strength to the victims' families.
Target. There you go.
Thank you there,
Jennifer.
Of course.
Oh, Target.
And of
Thank
course,
you,
you can always
what was the rest of those letters? T what?
Stories that we should
TRG, Target. Yeah, that makes sense. And thank you again, Brooklyn, for sending me this stuff.
There she is.
Again, we're live on all platforms from New York, from Suffolk County for the press conference from District Attorney Ray Tierney.
All right, Jake, keep giving us anything else you've got.
That's
really quickly
That's
as a reminder.
Shit's driving me crazy. It's crazy.
Or video
It's
cameras
really-
allowed in court, so we could not live
It's,
stream Foreman's appearance this morning. I believe that still images might come out, and of course, more importantly, the documents are already being
these guys
combed through by
do.
reporters.
So
in
this
New
is
York,
Rex
figuring out,
Hewerman.
just some of
Tell
what
us a
investigators
little
have
bit what you know,
used to
just
get to
generally
this
while we're waiting,
stage in the
Jay.
investigation.
Well, this is Rex Sherman. If you don't know, he's already had 4 victims tied to him. There was an indictment. He's in jail. But when it came out, there was like
just
a bunch
filing in here, whether
Shut
you're
up, dude.
on WFLA.com.
There was a bunch of stuff, that he was still out there. He was still doing searches. He was searching himself, guys. If you don't know this, he was Googling, he was checking for the updates to see what they had on him because no one could find him for the longest time. This man has been doing
This was an active serial killer.
Exactly.
Sorry,
active.
Jake, keep going.
No, it's okay. Active serial killer. He's still buying burner cell phones. They got him in surveillance in New York City because, guys, if you don't know, he's an architect who worked in Manhattan but lived on Long Island, not 30 minutes from me in Massapequa or Massapequa Park, I forget. So they finally get him. He's arrested. He's in jail, and then all of a sudden, a couple weeks ago, we got this news out that they're searching an area. Now, these women are found in Gilgo Beach, the Gilgo 4. That's what they're called. The beach is by Jones Beach. I don't know if people know, but geographically, this is on the south shore of Long Island. It's this area. Me and Shannon have driven by there at night. It's super dark. They're found in the brush. And there's more victims, by the way, that haven't even been named that were found in body parts. But then we find that they're searching Manorville, which is not on the South Shore, which is the middle of Long Island, east about 30 minutes from Gilgo. They allegedly find a lockbox or something, and then all of a sudden we find out that there's this new indictment. And they go back to the house. They were at the house the first time for about a week to 2 weeks. They go back to the house just a couple weeks ago. They're there for like a week, and obviously they found. And it sounds like this document that they found is what maybe that. I mean, clearly, if they didn't have that document before the first search. Oh, Dizzy says that I got the bail document. Dizzy has it. I think she. Wait, where Dizzy? Oh, all right. I could. Thank you, Dizzy. I got the new bail app. Is this the new one?
So the bail application, y'all, is the equivalent in New York to a probable cause affidavit. So this will read like we're typically used to reading a probable cause affidavit, wherein they will outline the evidence that they've been able to secure to link Rex Hewerman to these 2 additional new homicides that they're alleged that he has committed.
Thank you, Dizzy. So I mean,
Yeah, let's update that ticker to mention Long Island serial killer or LISK or both.
So let's try. So here, I'll keep an eye on both they haven't gone live yet, but here, thank you, Dizzy, for sending me this new bail document. And I'll see if I go to the bottom, I assume. Here's the calls. Let me see. Dizzy, do you know what page like the news, or is this all new stuff? Oh, so this is what I was reading. Here's can you guys read that? Okay, here's what I was reading before with let me just make sure I don't miss some. All right, they haven't started yet. All right. So here's what I was talking about with the dumpster locations, the target, foam. Let's see. So this is all from the document.
Do we know if there's a victim named Megan thus far?
Yes, there is.
Oh,
Megan
man.
Waterman.
Mm.
All right, so newly I guess I could start this.
How many pages is it, Jay?
It's 37 pages. Oh, I forgot to mention this. They said that he searched for a new car after Jessica Taylor. They found. Oh, look. So they found. Should I just start this at the top of this thing? I want to make sure we don't miss the press. Oh, looks like more people in there. So let me just. I think they're about to. Or should I do what do you guys think I should do here?
No, it looks like someone's coming. I don't know. I guess while we're watching the yeah, as long as you got an eye on the screen.
All right. So murder in the first degree: Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, Amber Costello.
Oh, Megan's one of the new.
No,
offenses?
Megan was
Oh.
Megan was this. I think they just added on July 14, 2023. All right, so that's from then. More people are looks like they have family members coming in now to the. All right, so here we go. On January 16th, was charged by a grand jury, murder in the second degree, Maureen Brainard Barnes. Wait, is that a different one? Jessica Taylor, Sandra Castillo. Oh shit! All right.
Additional charges in the case against the defendant Rex Yurman. Obviously, at the onset, I will say these are just allegations. The indictment has just been filed. This is a case court proceeding, and each and every one of these allegations have got to be proven in court. And we certainly look forward to doing just that.
That's the way you're supposed to start, by the way.
As you've just seen, the district attorney's office filed a superseding indictment charging the defendant with 2 additional murders. Those charges pertain to the 1993 murder of Sandra Castilla and 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor. So that's in addition to the previously charged murders of Maureen Brainard Barnes, Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello, which occurred in 1997, 1999, June of 2010, and September of 2010, respectively. So my intention now here today is to discuss those charges, discuss the contents of the bail letter, and then turn it all over to you all for questions. But before I do that, before I discuss the indictment and the developments in the case, I want to thank our law enforcement partners, many of whom are here today. First and foremost, I want to thank the Suffolk County Police Department. My understanding is Commissioner Waring was unavailable today. I spoke with Rob, but he certainly brought a contingent of Suffolk County PD to represent his office. We have Deputy Police Commissioner Kevin Catalina. We have Chief of Detectives Darrell Simmons. We have Deputy Chief Stan Grodsky. And then we have the commanding officer of the Major Crimes Unit, which includes the Homicide Unit, Sean Barron. So we want to thank all of them for their partnership. We want to thank the Homicide Unit for their continued efforts in this case. We have the Suffolk County Sheriff's Office here. Again, spoke with Sheriff Toulon. He's traveling out of state, so he couldn't make it. But it's my understanding that Under Sheriffs Steve Kios and Keith Taylor are here. We certainly want to thank them for their assistance as well.
With the New York State Police, we have Major Stephen Udis, as well as Lieutenant Ken Gine. Again, we thank them not only for their presence here today, but more importantly, for their partnership in this case. We have the FBI, Supervising Special Agent Don Hansbacher is here. I want to thank the FBI for their continued assistance in this case. And then I don't believe they're present, but we have we want to thank the United States Secret Service for their assistance in this case. We want to thank the Suffolk County Crime Lab. I know they're not here, but their work has been tireless and instrumental, and we are really very appreciative to them. I especially want to thank the K-9 units from the New York State Police, from the Suffolk County Police, and from the NYPD, who came out a couple of weeks ago, and in very difficult conditions. They really did a fabulous job helping us to search an area of interest to us. And, they went above and beyond. So again, I want to thank them. I frequently neglect to thank my own team, so I'm going to take the opportunity to thank them. We have, Chief Zacharies. We have, I want to thank them. I want to thank our ADAs, many of whom are working on this case. You heard from Nick Santamartino. We've got Larry Opizzo. We got Andrew Lee. We got Michelle Haddad. We've got a whole host of ADAs that have really been instrumental in us. Our investigators, our analysts, really fantastic work that they've done. I want to thank the victims' families, many of whom are here today, not only on the new charges, but for the original Gilgo 4. And this is what this case is about. We don't ever forget that. This case is about the victims and their families, and hopefully providing them with that small measure of closure. And the families have been nothing short of incredible. The way that they continue to support their loved ones and each other is really inspiring to us, and really helps us to keep coming in and working this case as aggressively as we've been doing. This case is a true collaboration, and again, mentioning all of those partners, without the contribution of any one of those partners, our ability to do this case would have been severely compromised. So again, I know I mentioned a lot of names. I know I went through a lot of agencies, but I just don't do that because it's the polite thing to do. I do it because it's the right thing to do, because they've really helped us instrumentally and will continue to help us going forward. Now, I'll just, before I get into the individual murders, the two new charges, what I want to talk about is at the time of the initial arraignment of three out of the four Gilgo 4, and then at the superseding arraignment on the charges pertaining to Maureen Brainerd Barnes, and the Gilgo 4 was completed. At that time, we said that we were going to continue to investigate this case, that the grand jury with regard to the Gilgo 4 is over, but the case continues. The criminal prosecution continues, but the investigation continues, and that investigation has been expanded. The investigation has been expanded both to the body.
Thank God
on
they're
Gilgo
continuing to look.
That's what they're supposed to do. It's their job.
And that's,
thank God they're doing it.
That has come to fruition today with these two new cases or new charges. First off, with regard to Jessica Taylor, that her body was recovered on July 26th in 2003 off of just west of Halsey Manor Road in Manorville. She was found on her back. She was decapitated, and her hands and arms were severed just below the elbows. Notably, a tattoo that she had been obliterated with a sharp object. 8 years later, her arms and skull were found on Ocean Parkway. Those remains were found on the same side of the road on the Ocean Parkway as the Gilgo 4. They were found less than a mile away from the remains of the Gilgo 4, and all of the 5 remains were located within 50 feet of the roadway. And I think you see that the graphic on page 5 of our bail document illustrates that. Jessica Taylor was last seen on July 19th in New York City. She was working as a sex worker. We know from from our investigation, from a number of financial records and other records, that the defendant, Rex Yurman, was in New York City on July 19th. Jessica Taylor last spoke to her mom on July 21st, and then that was about 8:41 p.m. Then less than 2 hours later, her phone call made its last outgoing call, and we heard no more from Jessica or from her phone. The family alerted law enforcement on July 25th when she failed to return to her home for her mom's birthday. And then shortly thereafter, on July 26th, Jessica's body was recovered. At that time, the Suffolk County PD did canvass. They spoke to witnesses, and the witnesses had observed the night before, about 13 hours prior to the 911 call, they saw a dark-colored pickup truck backed up in the vicinity of off of Halsey Manor Road, where Jessica's body was eventually recovered. Computer activity by the defendant, which we were able to access through our search warrants, indicated that 2 days later, on July 28th, he accessed a Newsday article with regard to information on the case and with regard to the police looking for information on the case. That search was erased, but we were able to recover it. 1 day later, on July 29th, notably, the defendant was seeking to purchase a new Chevy Avalanche truck, notwithstanding the fact that he already had a dark-colored Chevy Avalanche truck, which was only approximately 4 months old at the time. The Chevy Avalanche truck, which we've been discussing all along, is dark-colored. His internet search related to the acquisition of the same Chevy Avalanche truck, but this time in white or bright blue. Bright colored truck, completely different from the dark colored truck that he had been riding in. And again, once again, that purchase with regard to the new trucks that was attempted to be obliterated. We spoke and Nick Santamartino did the bail application, so I don't want to repeat all that Nick said, but with regard to the hairs found in this case, Jessica Taylor was found laying atop a surgical drape. A male hair was found between the body and the drape. That was recovered back in 2003. In 2023, we brought that hair was brought to the mitochondrial testing lab for mitochondrial DNA analysis, and was able to the result. 99.96% of the population, but not the Rex Yurman, the defendant. Then again, later in 2024, we brought to a second lab for testing. And once again, the result was the defendant could not be excluded as the donor of that hair, and it's 1.837 times 10 to the 603rd power, more likely that it came to that it matched the defendant or someone matching the defendant's DNA profile than a member of the population at large. And that number, just so it's 1.837 times 10 to the 603rd power. So what you do is you take that 1.837 and you move that decimal point over 63 places and add zeros. That's the number. That number doesn't exist. It's so big.
In other words,
among other things,
he's the guy.
It's to establish with regard to the murder of Jessica Taylor was once again family travel. We were able to determine
family
that
travel.
At the time of the disappearance and death of Jessica Taylor, once again the defendant's family was out of the state. They were staying at a resort known as Smuggler's Notch in Vermont. We were able to corroborate that information through witness statements, photos, and phone and financial records. In addition, there was a hard drive that backed up to a Palm Pilot, which was the defendant's date book. And in that, and again, this is chronicled in the bail application, but in that date book, it's indicated that his wife is in Virginia at Smugs from July 20th through July 27th, and that's page 14 of the bail document. With regard to the 1993 discovery of Sandra Castilla, again, on November 20th, 1993, two individuals while hunting in that wooded area of Southampton in the vicinity of Old Fish Cove Road in North Sea discovered her body. She was lying on her back with her arms outstretched over her head. Her legs were uncovered and her shirt was pressed over her head. The victim suffered numerous sharp force injuries, 25 in all, which we believe were post-mortem. And these were injuries to her face, torso, breasts, left thigh, and in her vaginal area. Once again, we had hairs recovered from Sandra Castilla. This is chronicled in the bail application. There were two hairs from Sandra Castilla's remains that are of particular significance in this case. One was a female hair that was recovered from the victim's right arm, and one was a male hair that was recovered from a tape lip of one of the shirts that the victim was wearing that was pushed above her head. In 2014, about 10 years ago, the two hairs plus another female hair, which were found on Castilla, were sent to an outside mitochondrial DNA lab for testing. And at that time, John Bitroff was excluded as the donor of those three hairs. Once the task force began investigating Gilgo and related cases, those hairs were retested in 2023 and 2024 and compared with the defendant's known sample from the buccal swab that we obtained. Regarding that male hair, the mitochondrial DNA profile developed from that male hair on the victim Castilla and the profile developed from the defendant's buccal swab are match, and specifically at a rate that would exclude 99.96% of.
God damn it! It keeps like every time when it's fucking DNA,
Therefore, cannot be excluded as the contributor of that male hair on Castilla. In March of 2024, that same male hair or extract therefrom was brought to the same outside lab for nuclear DNA testing, and once again, the results came back, and which found it was 4.347 times 10 to the 332 power more likely to have come from a person genetically identical to Rex Heuermann than from an unrelated individual. So that's 4.347, and then you move that decimal point over 332 times to get the odds. Again, an astronomically large number. Regarding the female hair, prior to with regard to the female hair, one of the female hairs that was recovered on Ms. Castilla, prior to Ms. Castilla's disappearance, the defendant had been living with a female individual at his home in Massapequa Park. The female individual lived with the defendant at his current residence through the summer and into the early fall of 1993, and vacated the premises approximately 2 months or so prior to Ms. Castilla's death in 1993. Once we got those two female hairs, once we knew of those two female hairs' existence, we went out and obtained a DNA profile, a buccal swab from this female. And that DNA profile that we obtained from the female buccal swab, we sent it to the mitochondrial testing lab. And again, it was able to exclude 99.98% of the North American population as the contributor of said hair, but it could not exclude the female who was living with Rex Heuermann. Again, we brought that same DNA and extract to the nuclear DNA testing, and the female's hair was tested and compared with the female hair that was recovered on the victim Castilla, and it was found to be 4.578 times 10 to the 1040th power more likely have come from a person genetically identical to the female witness who was living with Rex Heuermann in 1993, shortly before Ms. Castilla's death, than from an unrelated individual. Again, that's 4.578, and you move that decimal point over 1,040 places, and that's the number. There was an additional female hair that was recovered in 2014. That was recovered, that was compared to both the female living with Mr. Yurman and the defendant, and we could not get a match on that, and that remains unidentified, that female hair. So we have those DNA results, and again, we were able to establish, similar to all the other cases, that at or around the time of Ms. Castillo's disappearance and murder, Rex Yurman was living alone at the house in Massapequa Park and had unfettered access to the house, and no one else was living with him at the time. So now I want to discuss some of the newly discovered digital evidence
There we
in
go.
the case. Before I discuss that, I just wanted to clarify some of the things that we've been talking about in our earlier press conferences. You were asked I was asked specifically about smart devices and digital devices that were recovered from the home and business of the defendant in connection with this case. So I just want to catalog that for you so you get a sort of flavor of what it was. We've recovered 15 different types of cameras. We've recovered 27 computers. We've recovered 58 internal hard drives. We recovered 22 external hard drives or solid drives. We recovered 46 cell phones. We recovered 9 Wi-Fi routers, 44 SD micro cards, which are like jump routers, 17 tablets, 42 USB devices, 8 laptop cards, 4 GPS devices, 11 music devices, 36 SIM cards, 33 miscellaneous items, and 647 CD floppy disks or VSH or miscellaneous tapes.
He probably killed so many more.
So many, Ali. The number that's going to come out is going to be
our own office and with the help of the Secret Service to analyze that massive amount of data. And analysis of those devices has revealed certainly that Yurman had a significant collection of violent, bondage, and torture pornography, which was dating back to 1994, and that material was very similar to the condition that the 2 latest victims were left in. In addition to that, it is alleged that the pornographic images that were accessed by Yurman are consistent with the crime scenes of both Sandra Casilla and Jessica Taylor. Now, as part of our processing of the electronic devices, the task force discovered a Microsoft Word document entitled HK 2002 through 2004. That was discovered on a laptop in unallocated space, meaning there was an attempt to erase that document. But as most forensic experts know, that even when a document is erased on a device, it is the user could no longer access that document, but forensic experts using particular software can retrieve it, and this document was retrieved in this case. It was a locally created draft, which means the document itself was created on the laptop. It wasn't downloaded from the internet. The document was modified. It was originally created in 2000, and it was overwritten a number of times and modified between 2001 and 2002. Now, as alleged in the bail application, the task force believes that this is a planning document, and it was utilized by Yurman to methodically blueprint and plan out his kills with excruciating detail. We allege that this document evinces the defendant's intent in committing the charged crimes, that his intent was specifically to locate these victims, to hunt them down, and to bring them under his control and to kill them. His motivations, meticulous planning, and clear intent is obvious. His intent was nothing short but to murder these victims. And we allege that the methodology, that the exact method by which these murders were committed, in excruciating detail in that document is in some cases identical to the methodology used to murder the 6 victims in this case. Now, I don't want to speak further on the document. I believe the document speaks for itself. So if anybody has any questions about the document, I'd be more than willing to answer them. But before turning it over for questioning, I want to reiterate, right from the very beginning of this case, from the onset of the case, the first indictment, we said that the case was not over. We said we were going to continue to investigate the case of the Gilgo 4 and find more evidence. We've done that. We've said that we were going to expand the investigation both on Gilgo and off and to investigate new cases. We've done that. And that's resulted in the 2 new charges that you see here today.
Hopefully they're not done.
That's what we've continued to do. And, my office, along with our partners, are not going to stop.
Good.
This case continues. So with that,
real quick before we go to questions, I see we have over 1,100 combined viewers here. Thank you so much for being here. We just took a pause in the Karen Reed trial, which we will be going back to. It's a half day anyway, so we'll go back and we'll get to it. But this is the press conference for the 2 new charges against Rex Heuermann. He just gave the details, and now he's taking questions, and we will check that out.
Stunning stuff.
Turn it over for
Really?
Questions.
Mr.
I had a
Chairman,
question
you talked
about. We'll just go. If we go right to left. About the plan. I didn't see you down there.
It's okay.
Damn it.
Because of this wet document that he had, planning, why is it second degree, not first degree? Isn't that premeditated?
So first degree, I mean, there are a number of different charging theories you could use for murder in the first degree. One of them is if you charge a murder within a specific period of time. I think it's 18 months. So if you look at, so we have 3 murder 1 charges and 6 murder 2 charges. And if you look at the time of the deaths, Sandra Castilla, 93, Jessica Taylor, 2003, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, 2007, Melissa Bartholomew, 2009, Megan Waterman, 2010, and Amber Costello, 2010. Those last 3, Bartholomew, Costello, and Waterman, fit within that one.
First
The
degree
other ones,
statute.
unfortunately, fall outside, so we're unable to bring that charge with regard to those the other 5, the other 3 victims. So that's why it's different. Just sort of the way New York State law is set up.
I wanted to ask about how this expands the search now, because now with this indictment, the earliest murder now changes to 1993, which gives it many more years than we had before. So how does this expand the search? How are you guys expanding this?
Massively.
Other victims that are possibly involved in it?
Well, I think first and foremost, it expands the information for the public and the media. It doesn't change anything for us. We were, I think in March of this year, we learned of this document. We have been investigating other things. So again, my confidence in saying that we were going to move off of the Gilgo 4 to the new body and off of Gilgo itself was based upon my knowledge of the investigation. So that's something that we've been doing for a while now. It's just sort of become publicly known.
How did you know, Sam?
We have no information with regard to that.
And if you don't know, they're still waiting on DNA search from Las Vegas when Rex was on vacation there.
Just how alarming is this sweeping timeline you're looking at?
Well, I think this whole case in general is alarming. And I think it underscores that which we already knew, that we have an individual who we are alleging, and again, these are allegations, meticulously planned and executed 6 separate murders. So that in and of itself it speaks for itself.
And there are other victims named in the court documents. Are more charges on the way?
So we're going to continue. Again, we're going to continue to investigate, and we'll talk about whatever other investigation we're undergoing when and if we bring those charges.
And Mr. Tierney, in your document, you mentioned the words torture, bondage, violence, and also Stockholm syndrome. Is there any evidence to reveal that perhaps Rex Heuermann took these women or any of them captive in his home, attempted to brainwash them, put him under his
Well, that's what that document contains. And again, that speaks for itself. We'll make arguments with regard to that.
Jeez.
And at the trial,
Horrifying.
the specific reference to Stockholm syndrome that pertains to a book, Mindhunter, by a former FBI profiler, John. His name, John Douglas. His name escaped me for a moment. And so we know there are specific page references to that book and stuff such as sexual substitution, torture, and also Stockholm syndrome. And our argument, it's our allegation that the defendant was referencing that Mindhunter book not to gain insight into his own behavior or to modify or change it, but rather to use it as a means of improving his methodology and avoid capture by the authorities.
Was that book found? Sir, what about Valerie Mack? I know she, I believe, was found out in Vanderbilt in a similar way that she was murdered.
So you have, and if you go back to that document, they talk about DS or dump sites, Mill Road, Halsey Manor Road, and Mill Road. It intersects with each other. So, and if you look at the method of the crime scene, very similar to Jessica Taylor. That's what we could say now. We'll continue to work the case, and if we're able to develop more information and get to the point where we can charge it, we'll talk about it. You have a real question?
Yes, I was wondering, you mentioned that book. Did Heuermann have that book in his?
So he references specific page numbers in the doc, or specific page numbers are represented in the document, which match up to a particular edition of the Mindhunter book. The Mindhunter book was not found in Heuermann's house, but there was another serial killer book written by John Douglas found in his house, and I think that's in the bail document.
I just think, obviously, you probably knew this already, but uncovering a lot of new details that we didn't know as far as dismemberment, that he was younger when he allegedly killed, that, of course, this document is explosive. Just talk to me, looking at the bigger picture profile of a serial killer, what was investigators, your thoughts when you were uncovering these new sort of details that
We had no thoughts. We look at the evidence and we follow the evidence. We know that criminals in general, people in general, their modus operandi change through the course of their life. Obviously there was no dismemberment with regard to the original Gilgo 4, but there is with regard to, unfortunately, Ms. Taylor. So, it's just, and again, everyone says, are you expanding the investigation? And we're doing it under the auspices of the Gilgo Task Force. But each new case that we look at, each new crime scene we look at it independent of everything, and then we make a determination. Where does that evidence leads us? Does it lead us to one particular suspect or another particular suspect? But we don't, get a list and say, okay, we're gonna automatically assume that certain people committed certain crimes. That's not the way to do it. That's not the way we do it. We look at and again, in the bail document, you talk about, if you want to know, and this is from John Douglas's book that the document quotes, if you want to know who the painter is, look at the painting. And that is something that Douglas used to tell his investigators. And that pertains specifically to, if you want to know who committed the crime, look at the crime scene and the condition of the victim. And again, if you do that in this case, we would allege that the crime scene and the victims match very much with a lot of, first off, the document that we found, and also a lot of the defendant's internet activities and the bondage and torture type of pornography that he was interested in obsessively searching.
Do you believe at this point that the murders were committed in his house? And could you also talk about the note he put in his in that document that was referenced in court?
I'm familiar with the note. I'm sorry.
There was I thought the ADA talked about something about, he said, if you do certain things equals more playtime.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So that is referenced. What is the specific quote? Okay, more rest, more playtime. And so basically what he's talking about is, well, what the allegation and what we would allege is the more rested, the
victim
participants
is?
are, the more you can get done. And he also talks about, or the document also talks about crime scene, and if you're sleepy and spending too much time in a crime scene, or your lack of sleep, your chances of making mistakes increase. So again, there's a lot of evincing of intent in that document.
And what about where these murders took place? Any?
So there's, under some of the considerations was in the document, it writes about tape not good, use push pins. And then once we received that document, we went back into the house and looking at the paneling in the downstairs basement area, we were able to look at it through infrared light. We were to establish a cordon off area where adhesive had been placed.
Wow.
So we're going to make certain arguments
Wow.
with regard to that at the time of trial. We also found an area where there were push pins into the drop ceiling.
Wow.
Specific references to victims in the manifesto?
There's a T1, a T1 and T2. We would argue that stands for target 1 and target 2. Target 1, it says Megan with a question mark, and target 2, it says black, and then in parentheses unknown, I believe. You could look at the bail document. That pertains to specific victims. If you look at the timing of it, it wouldn't seem to pertain to Megan Waterman because it's too early in time. There is also a reference to phone numbers of potential victims. We've searched, and we block out our phone numbers. We kept that in the document because we've come to an impasse with regard to those.
Maybe
those
someone will
phone numbers.
recognize
So
it.
if any members of the public have information.
Oh man, can you
The
imagine? when
sleuths are on it.
I bet you they
Sleuths
are.
on it.
Oh man.
So Valerie Mack, her death was mentioned twice in this latest trial document. Is Rex officially a suspect in Valerie Mack's death?
I think that would be fair to say, yeah.
And isn't Mill Road where her remains were found?
Yes. Yeah.
Taylor was closer to the.
Valerie Mack was. If you go down, you have Halsey Manor Road, and then Mill Road is like further, like as you said, away from the expressway, I believe, or the exit to the expressway. But in that same area, and Valerie Mack was a little bit further into the woods.
Ray, have you found any evidence at all about what he might have been up to in the last decade or so? Or did he just stop in 2010?
You guys have old phone books, Jay? In your house?
No, I don't.
So the quick answer to that, yes, we have. We're still developing that, and obviously, none of that is actionable. And with regard to the missing cases, we're looking at all of them, and but we're looking at them, not necessarily in the context of any particular defendant, including this one. We're looking at them, separate and apart as missing cases, and with the universe of information that we have, not only in this case but other cases, how can we work towards solving some of these cold cases?
That's 30 years of crime.
Yes.
Did the new search of North Sea uncover any evidence that has helped the case?
So I would say that, it was, as I've said all along, it's a necessary investigative step. It's a huge area, and we felt that we needed to do that at some point in time. We wanted to do it before the summer, and the brush got real thick. So, we didn't know logistically how we were going to do it. We knew it was going to be difficult, but you don't not do something because it's difficult. And again, fortunately, our partners in the New York State Police, the Suffolk County Police as always, and the NYPD, their canine units went out and they did a fantastic job. We have so much gratitude to them for helping us out, but no new bodies were found.
Jimmy, just following up on Greg's question, do you believe both the search going on in the basement, what you found in the manifesto, that the basement was the location where the crimes could have been committed?
So again, it doesn't matter what I believe; it matters what we can prove. This is, a significant investigative step. This was a significant investigative finding, and we'll continue to develop those things. We'll get to you next. I'm sorry. Could you say that again? whoever said what they said. Oh, sorry.
I was just wondering, in the basement, I
Yeah.
know there was a new search, were there any specific findings that could relate to actual blood, hair, human remains of any kind?
Well, as you know, as we've said all along, if you look at the DNA evidence and the trace evidence that we've done, it doesn't happen overnight. So there's additional testing that we're undergoing. We just have to see the results of that.
AKA they found stuff.
You always see suspicious things, but in any case. But is it is it a stain of something benign, or is it an investigatively significant stain? Only our forensic scientists can tell that after a lot of work.
Share any of the trophies that you found from
Well, we've in our bail letter, and we're pretty much constrained by our bail letter to what we could publicly disclose. We found other information, which will be disclosed at the time of trial. So we're not gonna get into it, and that's not to say they exist. We're just not gonna get into it. We can't. Ethically, I'm really enjoying from talking about.
Can you tell us when the document on the laptop was first discovered, and is that what prompted the research of the house?
Again, in any effective investigation, it's never just one thing. Certainly that was something that was significant and led us in among other things in that direction. That document, I believe we recovered it in March here. So fairly recently, and certainly given the sprawling history of this case.
And you said he had a lot of images and videos of torture porn on his devices. Were any of them his own victims?
We saw no evidence of that.
Could you speak about his profile? Like, was one set of murders different from another set, and does that indicate that he was sort of changing his tactics over the years, or is this all consistent when you look at all the evidence so far?
Well, I think if you look at a macro view or a micro view, these are young women tragically lost their lives and were murdered as a result of a person who meticulously planned their murders. If you look at the earlier as opposed to the later murder, it does appear that there was some changes. Exactly what happened with regard to the Gilgo 4, we're foreclosed about knowing a lot of that stuff because they were skeletonized. Jessica and Sandra were more recently found, so we were able to glean more information from the crime scene. So, I guess it just depends what your perspective is on with regard to all that.
Was the March 7th discovery of the Word document the impetus that caused the second search of the house?
Well, as I think I previously, it was a impetus, but in any good investigation, there's usually a number of different things that cause that.
Was it the main one?
I would say it was a significant one, and it was also an impetus to go back out into those areas and search with the dogs. And Manorville and North Sea and every place else we went.
With the allegation that happened probably in '93, it could open the possibility of other murders like Karen Brigata or other people having killed.
So as we said, Karen Vergata, her remains were found partially in Jones Beach and partially in I think by Atlantic Beach across from Blue Point on Fire Island. So all those cases, every person who was tragically murdered in Suffolk County, they're in play.
Ray, can you say a quick word about how you bring this to trial? Are you going to, is there like a cutoff point where you're just going to try the 6, or you're just going to keep going and eventually put them on trial?
So we're not going to stop. We can't stop. We owe that to the victims. That's the least we can do. So we understand we have a court case. We understand we'll go forward with that, but we're not going to stop. So however that works, however we need to do that, we're going to do it. We have a great team. We have a great team of investigators. We have a great team of prosecutors, and you do what you have to do in this business. We will get it done. It's daunting. There's a lot, but we'll get it done.
Are you still going through those dozens of digital devices?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's like just reading off just gives, and a lot of them are encrypted, so that when you have an encrypted device, that attempt to get in is ongoing. You're trying
Dude,
to
the end number of all his victims, I think, is going to blow
Has there been
everyone's
any-
minds. I really.
I'm not going to discuss. I'm not going to discuss that again because my speculation, my thoughts don't matter. What I can prove in court, speak through an indictment. I will talk about these 6 because these are allegations at this point. We look forward to proving those allegations, but they are mere allegations at this point.
Has there been any attempts recently to talk to Rex or his lawyers and say, hey, look, can you just tell us who you killed and just ask him to come forward?
So I am, he's represented by company counsel. I cannot ethically reach out to the defendant, so I wouldn't. And even if I was inclined, I cannot. So we'll speak through his attorney. And, there's in any case, there's always a dialogue between the defense and the prosecution, or at least there should be. And, myriad of topics are discussed on a daily basis, which should remain private between the parties.
Has any of the evidence that you found so far?
I was talking exactly about that on STS last night. Like if he'll just give it up, start.
So if you look at the evidence in this case, and it points that the defendant acted alone, and then if you look at that planning document, that makes it even more apparent that this is the 6 charged cases were meticulously planned, and they were done at a time when the defendant knew he would have both access to the victims and other people would not be around.
Thank you.
Okay. I believe the victims are going to speak, so we're going to give the victim, some of the victims, whoever likes to speak, the opportunity to do that. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm attorney Gloria Allred. I represent the family of one of the latest victims for whom there has been an indictment of the defendant, and that is Jessica Taylor. I am the only attorney representing the family of Jessica Taylor and the only one authorized to speak about Jessica Taylor. In addition, I represent the families of 3 other victims, Megan and Melissa and Maureen. Some of the family members of those other victims are also present today, so I'd ask you just to raise your hand if you are a family member of Megan, a family or friend of Melissa, and a family member or friend of Maureen. With me for Jessica Taylor is Jessica's mom, Elizabeth Bukhenik, and she, under the circumstances, has asked me to read her statement. Following this statement, Jasmine Robinson, who is the cousin of Jessica, will read her statement. I also have and will show you 2 photos of Jessica. This is a statement of Jessica's mom, Elizabeth Bukhenik. Jessica was my daughter. She was loving and compassionate and so funny. She loved to make people laugh. She could always make people laugh. She tried very hard in school. Jessica had 2 brothers, and they would always play together. She and her brothers were very close. Jessica loved riding her bike. She loved playing board games, Monopoly, Chutes and Ladders, Candyland. She loved playing cards, especially spades and rummy. She loved cartoons. She loved to sing. She would sing along with the radio and was in the choir at church. She loved to cuddle with me and her brothers when she was younger. They would pile on the couch and watch TV together. I miss how she called me Mommy and Mama. It's a tragedy she never had children. Jessica would have made a great mother. She loved kids and loved working with them. She worked in the inner city with the kids in summer camp as an aide. She loved supporting kids and helping to take care of them. My family and I would like to thank the law enforcement and the district attorney's office for all of their hard and diligent work on my daughter Jessica's case. Jessica, my darling daughter, you will never be forgotten. You will always be missed. You will forever be in our hearts. And this is a photo of Jessica when she was how old?
Jay, when was Jessica
5 or 6
killed?
years old.
No?
What's that?
When was Jessica killed?
I believe it was 2002 or 2003. Babe.
2003.
2003.
Ay, ay, ay.
And 16. This is a photo of Jessica when she was approximately 16 years old. And this is her mom's favorite photo.
Hmm. That's heavy.
It's tough.
I will have a copy of
obviously,
Elizabeth's statement available after the press conference for you. And in addition, I'll have the photos up here. And now I would like to introduce Jasmine Robinson, Jessica's cousin. And also, if you would be kind enough to raise your hand, also present is another cousin of Jessica who will not make a statement, and that is Violet Swagger. Violet, would you be kind enough just to raise your hand, please? Thank you. Best. Couldn't hear you.
Why is this guy asking a
her
question?
mother's name is on here.
Oh.
But I'm happy to spell it. Elizabeth Bukhenik, capital BACZKIEL.
He couldn't have waited till
Thank you for
after.
asking.
Seriously.
Jasmine.
Ay, ay, ay.
Jessica was a beautiful person. Simple memories, such as sitting down to dinner together, drawing pictures, dancing, jump rope, and sleepovers with her and my sister, are memories that I cherish. I was lucky to share my childhood with her, and I wish every day that we got the chance to create more memories. When I think of her, I see her smile first, big and bright, lighting up her face, beaming through her beautiful eyes. Jess was somebody that I looked up to. She was a force, one of the strongest women that I know, with a heart of gold. She was, and still is, loved immeasurably. When her life was stolen, a light went out. She is forever missed. This year has been 21 years since she was taken from us, longer than the chance that she got to be alive. I can't express what this day means after waiting and hoping for answers. I'm incredibly grateful to the entire task force for the dedication and integrity that they have provided and put into this investigation. I have full faith that they will continue to provide answers for other victims and their families.
Oh, man.
They will not be taking questions, but if you have a few for me, feel free to ask.
All right. Do you want me to keep
Yeah,
going?
let's turn it back. I don't need to hear Gloria.
All right.
Unbelievable, man.
Well, yeah, let's like digest before we jump right back. Just
yeah.
Maybe talk about it for a little bit and then kind of.
I mean, for folks who don't know, which makes this, I mean, it's just awful. It's just awful. Rex's deal was, and if you've seen Rex, he is a giant ogre of a man. And his deal was to get sex workers who were petite, like he specifically had petite, tiny women that he would look for. And as you can hear here, which is just, it's nightmares. He was just, his goal was to murder them, torture them. Just the more and more that comes out, and you know, Bob, you've talked about this before. This is not like other cases where they put out a document where they're trying to charge someone and like the evidence isn't good. I mean, Bob, this evidence is like strong evidence, right? I mean,
incredibly powerful evidence.
And I mean, just for everyone out there to remember, I don't know, was that the DA? It's a district attorney there.
Yeah,
or who?
DA attorney, yeah.
He said that there are phone numbers in the bail. Is it a bail affidavit? I don't know.
Bail application, yeah.
Application that they have not identified because it's so many years ago. So, especially those people in New York, if you've got like a hoarding, you know, older family member that might have that white pages laying it out around. I mean, I guess that would be too much. How would you sort through that without a name?
There's got to be a database with that.
There's got to be a database of those old numbers somewhere. But
I mean, you know that part of the investigation, obviously, because the one constant is that for the 6 that have now been indicted or that have been charged, is that the family was always out of town. So
Yes.
you know they're looking for every single instant when the family was out of town or Rex was out of town, and they're obviously going to NamUs and cross-referencing to see if people went missing on those days. So, I mean, this is a massive investigation, you know,
and there could be
every single victim that they have out there that they think that they can link that had some kind of DNA, whether it be hair, whether it be blood, saliva, whatever the case may be. You know, at this point that they're sending those samples out to labs. I don't know who they're using, if they're using like Parabon or Othram, but they're getting it out there because they're using a private lab, and they're seeing. I mean, we came back with stunning DNA results. I mean, it's him. Like this isn't touch DNA. This is hair from that dude that were found on the victims. It's like, that's incredibly powerful evidence, you know, and when you just compile everything else they've done in terms of this investigation and putting the pieces together, and you could be critical or not in terms of they did have a lot of information years back with respect to certain witnesses that saw this dude's, you know, first generation avalanche, and, you know, that gave a very apt description of an ogre-like person, but they're making up for it the best that they can now, and they're digging in like we expect law enforcement to dig in, because this guy's a fucking monster. You know,
just think about all those sorry. Go ahead.
Go. No, you go, Jay.
I was just gonna say really quick. Just think about what he listed the amount of computers, cell phone, and they're still looking through that stuff. They're gonna find God knows what they're gonna.
I can't even like my mind doesn't understand computer memory like in such a way to like even have an idea of how much data that is. You know, I mean, honestly, like just the sheer amount of data that they're combing through. And this guy was that dude. This guy documented his shit. You know, like Kerry Rawson's father, you know, BTK, same shit, man. You know, he was a documenter. And, you know, I mean, Rex is going to be ultimately his meticulousness is going to end up being his worst enemy, because law enforcement, now that he's been captured, is going to lead them down a lot of different roads. So, I mean, this is very, very much an ongoing story. You know, you hope and with against hope that there's not more victims that are going to be added to his ledger, but you have to believe
seems like there will be.
There will be. And what we take from that is that we hope that it gives, like Ray Tierney said, the families at least some small bit of closure, you know, and you can tell by the victims' family statements that it means something to them. It means something to know finally what has happened to their loved one. And ultimately they're going to get, you know, the best justice that we've figured out how to give people that have suffered such monumental loss, which is to punish the offender. But yeah, it's
and as we're getting ready to shift back here to Karen Reed, all those out on Twitter land, if you can like the thread that you're watching this from, that would be very
or even
helpful.
better, come in the chat, the best chat in the land. Come talk to us.
Yeah, because I'm going to tell you, if you haven't been watching the Reed trial, it's just heated up. It's been slow. We're in the cross-examination of who I consider now to be the lead investigator, which is Yuri Bukhenik or Bukhenik, however you pronounce it. And we're just in the very beginning stages of the cross. He put out a ton of information on behalf of the Commonwealth in terms of evidence. So Jackson's going to be digging it. So we're about to pivot back to that right now. We ready, you guys?
Yeah, thank you all for sticking with us and watching this with us.
Thank you. We appreciate you. All right, let's go.
And you can do it 1.25, babe.
Nah, we'll just go. It's a short day. I don't like 1.25. Not for Jackson. He's a fast talker.
On my left has 438 on it. May I approach?
See what I mean?
Yes.
Sound crazy with him at 125.
Well, at least you can fast forward during like any.
Exactly. Like when they open.
I'm not going to ask you to open those. Don't worry about it.
Oh, good.
Clubbing up at this point. The bag on your left, which one is that? 437 or 438?
The bag on my left is 437.
437. Okay. And you indicated that those items were bagged after the clothing was dried and then ultimately processed in, logged in, correct?
Once the items dried, they were bagged and logged in, waiting process. Yes.
But you didn't personally do that?
No, I did not. No.
Matter of fact, looking at the bag on your right, what's been marked as exhibit 430, help me, 438, thank you. That one has some writing on it, correct?
Yes, it has a lot of hand writing on it, yes.
And that, whose handwriting is that?
I don't know.
You've seen Super Proctor's handwriting 1,000 times, I guess, correct?
Not 1,000 times, but.
Does it look like his writing?
It says Trooper Proctor on it, but other than that, I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting looks like.
I mean, now the defense wants to use him as a handwriting expert.
Trooper Proctor is the one that bagged that up. That
expert
item
of everything,
correct?
Yes, this bag indicates that the item was collected by Trooper Proctor on 129.
Right.
At 10.
And it says Brockton, correct?
Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, yes.
You just took the question out of my mouth. That's where Good Samaritan Hospital is, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a tag or a printed label, looks like a label maker of some sort, that is on that physical bag, correct?
Yes.
Before we get to that, what's the description on that bag in handwriting?
I'm sorry, can you be specific as to description of what, or?
Where it says description of items.
Description of enclosed evidence?
Correct.
It says 1 orange t-shirt, 1 gray long sleeve shirt.
Okay, so may I approach you on it?
Yes.
And before I do that, just so I close this loop, what's the description on the bag to your left, the one that looks like it's less sprinkled?
Number 437?
Yes, if you would read the same clothing description.
The description of enclosed evidence states sweatshirt with recovered items inside container.
Okay, may I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yesterday when you opened, I'll keep my voice up. Yesterday when you opened these two bags, this one, 437, has the gray sweatshirt in it. 438 has the orange t-shirt in it now, correct?
That's what was in the bag, yes.
All right. However, the bag indicates at one point, this bag, 438, the physical bag I'm holding in my left hand, had both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt together, correct?
That's what the description is. I do not know if that was in case or in fact the case.
The reason you don't know is because you're not the one that bagged Trooper Proctor did, correct?
The reason I don't know is I wasn't present during the separation of those items, and I did not observe it taking place, nor was I made aware of how the items were separated or when.
You are aware, however, that tag that's on the label maker looking tag, the white tag that's on that
Nice,
bag
Sally.
indicates a date of February 4th, correct?
You'd have to bring that back up. I'm
sorry.
I didn't take note of that.
My fault.
Go, Allie, go. When can you go? When's the first?
I'm waiting. They're not home yet.
Oh,
May I
later.
confirm?
Yes.
Just direct your attention to the tag and the date associated with that tag.
The label maker tag does have the date February 4th, 2022 on bag number exhibit 438.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Yeah.
Whoops, sorry, babe.
That's obviously 6 days after the item was actually recovered on the 29th, correct?
Yes, it is.
So that indicates, at least based on that tag, that that item was not booked into evidence and processed until 6 days after it was actually recovered on the floor at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
The date indicates February 4th, 2022.
Right, and that date would be indicative, in your experience, of the date that is moved into processing by some other folks, the evidence sergeants or whomever, or the evidence officers rather, or whomever, correct?
I can't speak to their procedures as far as when they print the date. That date could be when they printed the label, but the bag might have been tagged otherwise. I do not know that.
But there's no other tag on that bag that suggests an earlier date, correct?
There's just that one tag from the label maker.
My question to you, if you know, sir, and you may not know, is what was happening to these items between January 29th, after you lost sight of them that night on the butcher paper, and February 4th, when that tag indicates that they were first processed?
To the best of my knowledge, those items were drying on the butcher paper.
For 6 days?
If that's what the label maker says, yes, for 6 days. They were soaking wet.
And those would have been certainly accessible to and in the possession of the lead case officer in the case, was Trooper Proctor, right?
Yes, if Trooper Proctor needed to review those items, he would have access to those items. Absolutely.
And you're also aware that the first actual log of any chain of custody for those items is March 14th, when they were finally submitted 6 weeks later to the crime lab.
That is not true. The first actual log of those items is when we collected them from the hospital.
Where's the log? I'm talking about the physical log, like sign in, sign out log. Where's the log?
It's documented in the reports saying that we collected them.
I know that there's a report. Anybody can write a report, right? I can write a report. Doesn't mean anything. I'm asking for a log.
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
Yeah, about how he could write a report.
Obviously, when items move in and out of people's custody in an official capacity for the Massachusetts State Police, there's a log of that, correct?
It's
Yes.
documented. Yes.
Or at least it should be, correct?
It's documented.
Or at least it should be.
Of these items before March 14th.
It's documented in the report.
There is no log, Sergeant.
I do not know.
Ridiculous.
Some searches that Mr. Lally asked you about, February 4th and February 10th, very specifically. Both of those searches you were involved with out at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
But Sergeant, you didn't personally write a report about your conduct at 34 Fairview on either of those 2 days. In other words, you didn't go back to the station and generate a report yourself.
I don't recall doing that, no.
There were no photos that you took of the items at the location.
I did.
Else took photos, correct?
I did not take photos of the items.
Okay. And the first report that indicates anything that happened or was recovered at the location on either February 4th or February 10th, that was first notated in a report dated November 4th, 2023, year and several months later, correct?
If you say so, I do not know the exact date. That report would have to be presented to me.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have to read the whole thing, but if you can skip to the part that talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were finished already. What's the date of that? Well, let me ask a foundational question. Does that refresh your recollection as to the date of the report that actually talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches?
It does.
And what's the date of that report, sir?
This report is dated November 4th, 2023.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as it relates to those 2 searches, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the February 4th search first. You indicated that you actually responded to 34 Fairview personally, correct?
I was responding to that location on my own. I personally responded, yes.
Okay. That was because you had received information that Chief Berkowitz had seen something or found something. Is that right? Chief Berkowitz from Canton PD.
That is not correct, no.
Okay. So when you got there, was Chief Berkowitz there?
Yes, he was.
You just happened to go by 34 Fairview at the exact same time on the exact same date as Chief Berkowitz, or was that coordinated in some way?
There was no coordination between me and Chief Berkowitz. As I testified, I had directed the troopers to go by the location. I planned to go by the location in the morning on the way to the office and in the afternoon on the way home, just to see if any more items would reveal themselves. So that morning, I was actually traveling to that location in order to conduct a view of the area to see if any more evidence had been revealed. Prior to my arrival, approximately while I was on Chapman Street, I received a call indicating that Chief Berkowitz was at the location, yes.
And was there also an Officer Lank, Sergeant Lank?
I do not know if Sergeant Lank was there, no.
Okay. Chief Berkowitz certainly was there.
Yes.
And Chief Berkowitz indicated that as he was driving by, he saw a piece of glass.
Yes.
And stopped his car and then started making phone calls.
I believe that's what he indicated to the caller, yes.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by the location in the first place?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You knew at that point that the Canton Police Department had been recused because of at least an appearance or potential for a conflict of interest, correct?
I knew they recused themselves due to only in respect to interviews. They didn't want to conduct interviews with us side by side.
I mean, if there's a conflict of interest, Sergeant, for department, conducting the interviews is just one aspect of an investigation, correct?
I'm not going to speak like a conflict of interest, but yes, conducting an interview is just one aspect of the investigation. Yes.
So is it your testimony that your understanding was they couldn't conduct interviews, but they could collect evidence, store evidence, write search warrants, get returns on search warrants, execute search warrants, conduct searches? They could do all that and not conduct interviews?
My understanding was they were recusing themselves from conducting interviews. They still allowed us to use their facilities. We utilized their conference room to conduct interviews. There was evidence being stored at their Sally port, being the vehicle. So that was my understanding.
Isn't it true that you knew that the entirety of the Canton Police Department had recused itself because of a familiarity between one of their members, Kevin Albert, and the Albert family on whose lawn John OKeefe was found? That was the conflict, correct?
I knew that was the connection between them, yes.
And you understood, sir, that that agency was to have nothing from an investigative standpoint, nothing to do with this investigation, correct?
They were not conducting the investigation, no.
Oh my Lord, you can't have it both ways.
And you supervising him, y'all were conducting the investigation, right?
Our office was conducting the investigation.
So did you find it unusual or suspicious in any way that the chief of police for the conflicted Canton PD was the person driving by 34 Fairview looking for evidence?
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Sergeant?
That was not me.
He would have to repeat it. There's just so much I can't.
It was a little wordy. I'll try it again. Did you find that suspicious?
Which part? You have to repeat the whole thing.
That Chief Berkowitz from the conflicted Canton PD was at 34 Fairview looking for evidence.
The way you posed the question, I did not find it suspicious at all. He's the chief of the police in the town where he works, and he's driving down the street. I mean, that's not suspicious.
With a conflict of interest on the very case that he's driving by.
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, come on.
You certainly knew as a supervisor over the case officer that any involvement by Canton Police Department, given the fact that there's a potential conflict, any involvement by them could compromise your otherwise clean investigation. You knew that, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Did Chief Berkowitz disclose to you that morning on February 4th that he had been communicating with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, two witnesses on your case that morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you knew information about communication between and among Canton PD and your witnesses, you would find that inappropriate, would you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You returned to the scene on February 10th, is that right? To conduct another search, you said.
I was present on the 10th, yes.
Who dispatched you back to, or did anybody dispatch you back to that location on February 10th? How did you end up there is a better way to ask it.
February 10th, just like previous days, we made plans to go to the location in the morning, in the afternoon, drive by. I was on my way to work and to home. So I traveled that route on purpose. And as evidence revealed itself due to the natural melting of the snow, we would stop and collect the visible evidence.
You believe at this point, sir, that whatever you might collect at the scene would obviously be important, correct?
Anything we collected that had evidentiary value or presented itself as somehow related to the crime or the incident would be collected.
And it would be important to the investigation, right? You treat it as important.
It is important, yes.
So my question is, was, especially as it relates to the February 10th search, where there were multiple items found, did you seek to have CSSS come out and actually either mark with GPS coordinates or measure with cross coordinates exactly where each item of evidence was found?
We did not do that. We had collected so much evidence already, and so much has been documented at that point, that we did not contact crime scene services to come back out and photograph more shards of glass and plastic. We simply collected it for processing.
So the location of each one of those items was not of that great importance to you, at least at that time?
It was of great importance as to the fact that it was located in the vicinity where the victim was found and in the vicinity of other items located of the same characteristic, shape, size, and color.
So that's my question, Sergeant. What does vicinity mean?
In the area.
Okay, what does area mean?
It's a location, specific location.
Okay, are we talking about, because we do this all day, I guess, are we talking about an area of 5 feet or an area of 50 feet?
Based on where the items were recovered, we're talking about an area approximately of 30 square feet between the roadway into the grass.
We saw photographs, Sergeant, of items that were butted up against a fire hydrant in one instance, correct? Is that yes?
That's correct, yes.
A drinking straw that's out in the road, correct?
That's correct.
Another shard of glass that's in the grass, closer to the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
A hat that's under the snow, adjacent to the left side of the flagpole, correct? I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was closer to the electrical box, wasn't it?
No, the pictures documented where the hat was. It was to the right of the flagpole.
So these shards of glass, the point I'm asking is, did you seek to use basic cross coordinates, measurements from something that you know is a known object? Like, for instance, I don't know, a flagpole or a fire hydrant. 27 inches to the north and a foot and a half to the south of those two known points. That would give you a cross coordinate, correct?
It would document the exact location, correct?
And you did not do that with any of these items, correct?
The items that were not photographed were not also GPS located, but they were within the same vicinity of where the other items were collected.
But again, now we're back to the same question. Your word for vicinity might be different than my word for vicinity, right?
Objection.
Sustain.
When you recover these items, or any other items, it's obviously important to memorialize on the evidence bag or in some other way exactly where they're found, who found them, the date, time, etc. Correct?
We do the best we can to document all known information on each evidence item bagged at the time.
And in terms of the February 10th search, I want to just ask you a couple of quick questions about that evidence bag. Did you bag the items into a single evidence bag that you found that day, or do you recall?
I would have to see the bag. If you have those available, I'll take a look. I can answer them.
With the court's permission, exhibit, I think it's 310 that was entered into evidence yesterday. I'd like to display that for a second.
Okay.
You're looking at a photograph of what was previously entered into evidence as 310. Can you see that from where you're at? I don't have the evidence bag with me, so if you don't, I can certainly ask the space to enlarge it.
If you can enlarge it, please.
Just a portion of the right.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I didn't realize I've got a photograph of it.
Do you need the lights on, Sergeant?
Please. Thank you.
Should make it easier. Sergeant, have you been able to familiarize yourself with that evidence bag?
With the photograph, yes.
Okay, thank you. Taking a look at that evidence bag, it has the information on it, has your name is collected by, correct?
Correct.
The date of collection is February 10th, is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And it indicates multiple pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, right? It actually says 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, correct?
That's correct.
But that is not an evidence bag that was filled out by you.
I did not fill that bag out, no.
As a matter of fact, that's Trooper Proctor's handwriting.
I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting is. I cannot confirm that that's his handwriting.
But it's not your handwriting.
It is not my handwriting, no.
So are you aware that this particular bag, that bag that contained those 6 items of plastic material that you already deemed was incredibly important to the investigation, was never booked into any evidence until March 14th, the date that it was submitted to the crime lab?
I was not aware of that, no.
We can take that down, space. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you ever draft a report yourself documenting the recovery of those 6 items and the other 14 items that you said that you found on the same date, February 10th?
I did not, no.
Did you leave that assuming that Trooper Proctor would document that?
Objection. Sustained. Ask it differently.
I'll ask it another way if I can. Did you believe that you didn't need to write a report, Sergeant, because Trooper Proctor would take care of that?
I knew that it would be documented. It was already documented on the actual bag as far as who collected it, when, where, what it was, and a report eventually would be authored on it.
But the where, for all these very intricate pieces, the where is left to 34 Fairview on that, correct?
Objection. I'll allow it.
Is that right?
The general vicinity location of the other items collected and documented with photographs was consistent with the same locations this was collected.
I want to shift gears for just a second. Well, actually, I want to ask one final question about that item. Based on the documentation that you just mentioned, that it's documented on the bag, and if the bag is presented to the crime lab on on March 14th, some 5 weeks later, those items were completely unaccounted for from a log standpoint the entire time from when they were collected until they were booked at the crime lab, correct?
Objection. Sustained. Ask it differently.
Possession of those items, of those 4, 5, 6 weeks.
Are you talking about the items that were just displayed on the screen?
I am, sir.
I did not.
Now I'd like to shift gears to a ring video that you saw yesterday. It's in Exhibit 6, video number 153. That may mean nothing to you. It's the 5:07 a.m. video of Ms. Reed's car pulling out of the One Meadows garage. Do you remember that video?
I do.
Okay. You indicated yesterday on questioning, under questioning by Mr. Lally, that Ms. Reed's car came in contact with or close to coming in contact with the other vehicle, the Traverse, in the video. Is that right?
The video, as I watched the video, I observed the vehicle come near Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Okay, that's what I want to talk about. With the court's permission, may we play that video one more time? Yes, you can pull that up, and then I'm going to ask you to pause it and get out of the way. Okay. Okay. You just play that for a quick second, and then I'll ask you to pause it. Pause. Does that appear to be, I'm just pausing it in the first 2 or 3 seconds, does that appear to be the video that you saw yesterday?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Mr. Bates, if you could enlarge the area around the the left rear tire of the Traverse.
It's official. Proctor will be called by the state.
I'm going to ask you,
Wow.
sir, if you'll pay
They're going to show that snow
and when
falls
the
off the
SUV
tire.
gets close to it, I'm going to pause it and ask you another question.
Wow.
Go ahead and play this.
That's about that's going to go.
Your Honor, I want to object to this.
So
What?
why don't we pause the screen, take it down, and I'll see you at sidebar.
Oh, bullshit.
Rewind it, babe. I want to see what the hell's going on.
I just told you what's going on. They're about to show that after she strikes the video, that snow falls off the tire. That's how they're going to prove there was contact. It's brilliant.
Well, I think the state's argument, I could be wrong. By the way, Bobby Digital, you can fast forward this, don't forget.
Oh, yeah.
I think the reason that the state, I could be wrong, but I think the reason yesterday the state showed her back up, no problems, right, during the day. It was like a different day before it.
Right.
I think the idea was that like she did it on purpose, that she knew that there was a thing, so she tapped into it so people would, I could be wrrong.
Well, it goes against the she's still drunk theory.
Like that was like that's what I've been saying.
Know that.
Like they had that. Well, you must have been tweeting because I've been saying that like for days. That like their concept of why she deleted the Ring camera when she got back from John OKeefe's was for her to position John's car right there so that when she backed out, that she could mask the fact that the taillight was broken. Like
All right, fast forward. I'm dying to see what happens.
Okay. Oh, they're making him take the shit down. Are you serious?
Let's hear play.
You have the lights, Tim, Your Honor.
Sure, here we
they're
go.
letting it.
The different is it's the same.
No, they took down the closer.
No, I think he's doing
what?
Master Bates is going to do it. Don't you worry about it.
Special attention to
Don't you worry about Master Bates. He knows.
and any movement that you may or may not see.
Wow.
Okay, in about the next 3 seconds, Sergeant, I'm asking you to pay special attention to the video. Go ahead.
Wow. It moved.
We can have the
It
lights on.
moved. All the snow's gone too.
You can take that down. Sergeant, were you able to see that video? I know it's not the clearest thing in the world. Were you able to see that video okay?
Yes,
What
I
did
did.
you notice about the rear wheel of the Traverse?
Based on the motion in the shot with the snow falling, it appears that there is movement, but the video speaks for itself.
What would you assess based on
He
the
just said
movement
it.
of the rear wheel of the Traverse about whether or not the two vehicles came in contact with one another?
Objection.
Sustained.
What?
Okay.
Now he's an expert of nothing? Now he's not even an expert of common sense.
I have just a moment.
Not frozen?
Yes.
No, I was trying to film that. Thanks, babe. Not frozen. Pile on with the rest of us. Bob's sleeping. Bob's frozen.
I don't understand because he said there was no contact. This just impeached him. She wouldn't let him ask that question just because it was obvious.
I think it did exactly what it needed to do.
Right. I mean, I do too.
You got to have faith that the jury has common sense.
Well, yeah, but I just don't know why the judge
It
didn't
makes
allow
it
that.
seem like the judge is hiding shit. It just does. It like the jury has common sense. They saw it.
And I'll tell you, everybody, I've been telling Bob, I don't think
May
there
I
was
inquire?
contact.
Yes. Thank you. I'm trying to use my time
What do you
wisely,
think
Your
now,
Honor.
Bay?
Contact.
There you
Yesterday, Sergeant, you were asked about a couple of videos related to the Sallyport garage. You have that in mind?
Oh, here we
Yes.
go.
In fact, we watched
No spoilers,
one of them
please.
pretty specifically toward the end of the day yesterday. Did you actually? I want to talk about the one that is
Lally's
the
neck was
clearer
red as
of the
shit, bro.
two, where you slip.
And why does
You
he
remember that
seem
one?
surprised? They didn't. I'm sorry.
If you pull it up, I can.
I will in just a second.
Okay.
There was one where Mr. Lally paused it and you were slipping in front of the vehicle.
I don't recall myself slipping, no, but it was icy that day. So if there's documentation of me slipping,
we
Fair
saw
enough,
it,
fair
buddy.
enough. I
Jay
wasn't.
was rooting for it.
I was
I
hoping
didn't mean anything by that other than
rooting
that
for
was a moment that I thought you might recall to differentiate the videos. It's exhibit 446, but I don't think that's going to help you. All right, let's see if I can do this another way. Did you
And I'm
actually
mostly-
personally go to Canton PD to retrieve any or all of the videos of the Sally Port? You yourself.
I did go to Canton and collect already extracted video.
Okay.
But it was a portion of video surveillance. I didn't collect all of the video, so
When was the most recent time that you went to Canton to collect a portion of the video?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Did you review well, let me ask it this way. Did you collect a video that was sought on or about April 23rd, April 24th this year? Meaning just a few weeks ago.
Did I collect it?
Correct.
I did not collect that video of April this year, no.
You're aware that the video that you saw yesterday was in fact collected after the trial started in April 2024?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh.
Are you aware of when that video that we saw yesterday was collected?
Objection.
Why?
Oh.
Yeah.
I am not aware.
Okay. Was yesterday the first time you'd seen that video?
No.
When had you seen that video previously?
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay. What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? Why?
Did you have a meeting with the DA?
Objection.
Sustained.
This is, I don't get it.
Did you ever have any kind of
Objection.
communication with Mr. Lally about your testimony?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
They reproach.
Yes.
This is
Objection.
absurd. I mean, this is typical cross-examination, bias type things. We always ask, how many times did you meet with them? When did you meet with them? They're probably trying to say that because this is like an agent of the state, that it's more protect. What are we pointing at?
No, sorry. I was just reminding Bob you could fast forward if you wanted to. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh.
Sorry, I
Thanks,
didn't mean to
buddy.
interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Bobby
you're right.
Digital's on it. Bobby Digital's on it. Keep going, babe.
Well, I mean, this is what he's yelling over there too. Like, what is the basis of this, and why aren't you letting me? And maybe it's because he's an agent that it's more somehow work product or something. I don't know, like an agent of the state, and also a trooper. not an agent.
But again, look, you and I know, like we have these conversations during trial all the time, and we just keep losing objection after objection after objection, where the state is trying to block us from making a point. I mean, our theory has always been that it helps us. It makes it appear to a jury, which is all that matters, that they're trying to fucking hide something.
But I also think it could say to a jury, depending on your jury and your people, and maybe a Boston one's going to be more of the mindset you just said, but other jurors might think this lawyer keeps trying to get stuff in that the judge is saying can't get in, or keep trying to object to something that there's not. They're wrong again and again. The lawyer's wrong because the judge said so. The lawyer's wrong because the judge
In
said.
a different case, and I would agree, but in a case where they're absolutely pointing the finger at third party culprits and pointing the finger at law enforcement, saying they didn't do an investigation, I don't think it's going to play that way with them. I adamantly believe that they're going to be curious as to why they're not able to hear the answers to these questions.
And I think we'll get a little insight on the objection, depending exactly how Jackson comes back and what he starts to say. It'll give us some insight. So let's see.
Awesome.
Here he comes.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have any meetings or communications with Mr. Lally in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes.
When was that?
Here you go.
It was about 2 weeks ago, and then last week, I believe.
And what was discussed? Generally.
Generally, we discussed the portions of the case that I would be presenting.
Did you write a report about your communications with Mr. Lally?
No, I did not.
Were you shown
Was
any
he
of the
taking
videos
notes?
that you've seen here in anticipation of your testimony?
Not during the first meeting. I did review a video during the second time.
Okay, and that video was that you did see the second time was the interior video of the Sally Port that we saw yesterday, correct?
I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw.
I'm sure by
reviewed
now
videos outside of our meeting, so
he knows people have been saying that image is flipped.
I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me.
But you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You have seen that one before.
Yes.
And that was with Mr.
All right.
Lally, correct?
That is not correct because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally.
I see.
Oh, man. But what about the classic Canton
I'd like to talk
Cruiser?
about
I
that.
remember that though.
Exhibit 446 for a second, and then I'll show it to you. You indicated that the video all the videos, everything that you saw yesterday was true and accurate, correct? Based on your memory of the events that were memorialized in the video?
The video captures events taking place in an accurate fashion, yes.
In an accurate fashion. All right, that's what I wanted to find out. And after you watched the video, I think you were asked by Mr. Lally, does the video show you or Trooper Proctor having access to or messing with in any way that right rear tail light in any fashion? And you said,
Right.
never.
Tail light.
I was asked if at any point Trooper Proctor and I had came into contact, I believe,
but it's the left.
or touched the vehicle and that portion of the vehicle, and I said never. We never touched the vehicle prior to it being properly processed with a search warrant.
And that was specifically his question was to, and your answer was to the
right
rear portion, right? That right rear tail light.
The right rear damaged taillight, correct.
Oh,
with the court's permission, I'd like to play a portion of Exhibit 446.
Okay. I really thought he might have been hip to this by now.
Man, the hits just keep on coming.
Before we begin playing it, Mr. Bates, if you wouldn't mind, may I inquire, Your Honor,
Mr.
of
Bates.
the witness, just to lay a foundation? Sir, did you recognize this as being the video that we saw yesterday?
It does look accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. This is 446, just so you have it in mind if I reference that.
Yeah, the writing's still backwards.
Yep.
There's a 4 on the door. It's backwards.
120.
It's a number right up there on the white door. Put your mouse on it, babe.
Well, I mean, everyone could see that the classic Canton Cruiser, the word police is
All right.
backwards.
Yes, I do.
Very briefly, if you could move to time of day, 5:37:05.
So we're going to timestamp 5:37:05. What I wanted to know is why was there so much snow in the front of that thing in the beginning? It's as though that front was open. Somebody was in there well before this car pulled in.
Well, beyond that, there was an outline of a vehicle. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no snow. There's snow all around where her vehicle is.
Yes. All right, that shows the vehicle coming into Southport. And we're looking at which side of the vehicle?
So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. What that video depicts is a mirror collection. Although mirrors are accurate representation of what you're seeing, it's just inverted. So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. I do not know why it is inverted, but that's the way it was presented, collected and presented from Canton Police.
Can you see a timestamp or a time and date stamp on the bottom of that? It's in blue.
I cannot know.
Does it appear
Just say for the record, it's timestamp, blah, blah, blah.
that time and date stamp, if you can't read every letter on it, that is in correct order? In other words, that's not inverted.
I cannot read it, no.
All right, let's go and play this for a second. Who is that just got out of the car?
I do not know. I think that's the tow truck driver. He would have the only access to the vehicle. We did not touch the vehicle.
Who's that on the left?
I missed that. I was looking down at the laser pointer. I do not know. I know for a fact I'm the gentleman that's wearing a dark olive drab state police baseball style hat, and Trooper Mike Proctor is wearing a winter hat.
Trooper Proctor's wearing what?
A winter hat.
Where'd that guy come from? What's he doing over there?
That was playing, and I didn't realize it was playing while you were talking.
I wonder if he knew that ahead of time or he learned that since he started testifying.
And stop. Yesterday, when you testified, you indicated that the two individuals in this scene were you and Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is not correct. There was two individuals in the rear of the vehicle I shined my light to. That was me and Trooper Proctor.
Do you see Trooper Proctor toward the back of the rear of the vehicle there?
I can't tell because of what the head is. I just know that Trooper Proctor was wearing a black hat.
Which the person in that in the video to the left, to the rear of the car, is wearing a black hat, correct?
I can't tell. I don't want to be locked into a statement where later on you show me that it's somebody else magically. I can't testify to that.
There's no magic about this. It's your testimony.
Magically,
Exactly what you see.
I don't see that. No.
Where's that little bright, they turn on the bright lighty thing?
I don't want you to say abracadabra, and then there's another guy there. I'm not going to testify to this.
I don't want you doing magic.
I don't want
Why
to
is
see.
the tow truck driver so involved in all this? What the?
I don't want you doing your magic, your lawyer magic shit.
If I see David Blaine in there, I know something sketchy.
Toward the opposite side of the SUV.
I do.
What area does he appear to be going to?
He appears to be going towards the rear passenger side of the vehicle, although it does not appear so because the video is inverted, a mirror image. That's where he's going.
And Sergeant Bukhenik, you testified for at least a half an hour about this video yesterday, correct?
I'm sorry, it was a long day. I don't know the timing of how long I testified.
You never once said it was inverted.
Testified about this video yesterday, did you not?
I testified about this video.
And you testified that it was true and accurate, correct?
Correct.
You testified that it was reflective of your observations of what was happening in that Sally Port that evening, correct?
I testified that this is a accurate,
but it's not.
Scene and collection of video evidence from the Sally Port.
And as that truck sits in that Sally Port, just like this, it appears from all perspectives that what we're looking at is the passenger side of the car, and that right rear taillight is right there shining in our face, correct? From this perspective.
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
From this perspective.
You can't trick me, Gandalf.
Okay. From all indications, that would appear to be the right side of the truck, the passenger side of the truck, and that taillight that you can see is the right rear taillight from this perspective, correct?
The way it presents itself, yes.
And yesterday, during the entirety of your questioning by Mr. Lally. Not once did you mention that this video is actually completely inverted.
I did not know.
Mr. Lally didn't ask you if it was inverted, correct?
That's correct.
And if I hadn't gotten up here and begun questioning you, that would be left uncorrected, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Fine.
The person with the winter cap appears to walk directly to the what ultimately should be the right rear taillight of this car, correct?
That's the vicinity, yes. That's where he is. Yeah.
I'm sorry. That is shady as fuck.
As shit. And all Lolly's questions, I'm assuming I didn't get to see all of it, were about the right side and the right taillight.
I'd like you to pay attention to the right rear of this car.
How is that not a, how did the judge
but
even
it's
let
the
that
far
in?
corner of the car. Do you see a person's head there?
It appears as if someone's still there.
And that person is.
Now, I want to pause it real quick because this is Commonwealth evidence, okay? And it's directly relating to what Allison just said. So, and it relates back to the earlier question. If the defense has a picture of a taillight that shows it intact, would they have to turn it over? If they figure this out sometime during the pendency of this trial, that what they got was inverted, and they just let, like, Allie and I would never let them know that we had figured this out, that we could see that it's inverted because of the writing on the back of the police cruiser. And we know that Lally's going to go into court and make it seem as if this is the right side of the vehicle. We're going to let them just go ahead and play it out because we have no obligation as the defense to let them know that we know that everything that they're saying is bullshit.
Right.
Okay.
That's why I do wonder what the hell they were having that judge watch it, because I assumed if it was to show that it was inverted, which it seems like that might have been what they were talking about because of the way Karen Reed responded when she turned back and she looked at whomever and like is saying, you know, it's the wrong side or it's the right or whatever she was saying, that Lally didn't address it and would have continued to keep talking about the right side. It just seems odd. So maybe there was something else that they talked about, but absolutely, we would have left it. We would have left it and like just sprung it on them. And that's what I can't tell because this was all over social media yesterday. So they may have figured it out between today and yesterday.
Very possible. I mean, I saw Yannetti tagged in a bunch of them. You know, I figured it out pretty quickly with the writing. I mean, the writing was the way to do it because you can't see the steering column or the steering wheel when they have that door open, like in the video that we're looking at now. But every other cue, like people were like, well, look at the guys, the red orange. I'm like, no, dude, just look at the writing on the classic cruiser right there. You know, the question that I have is, does the unmirrored version exist?
Right, because typically you can just
question. Right.
You can just switch it back.
Because if if we can find out if it is capable, if the software is capable of doing that, and somehow that version of it has disappeared, it's incredible.
Yeah, if anyone out there can get us to someone who was in the courtroom today that's willing to hop on, I'd love to know what the jurors' faces were doing when this happened.
Me too.
Because somebody just asked that question. Try to find it. So I can...
In real life or as it's depicted?
Is the person in real life near the right rear taillight of the car?
Yes.
Matter of fact, standing there, hovering around there, correct?
We don't know the distance that they are in proximity to the actual vehicle. We just know that they're behind the vehicle. That
looks like it's pretty close, doesn't it? Sergeant?
objection.
Does that look like he's in close proximity to the right rear taillight?
As I said, I can't tell how far away he is from the vehicle.
Head's right there, sir.
Wow.
You can't tell that he's right next to the right rear taillight?
Objection.
Objection.
I want want you to pay attention to what that person does as soon as the other person comes out from behind that car. So you see him move. Stop it. Do you see that person move?
I saw movement in the frame, yes.
Right when the other person is in eyesight of the person toward the right rear, correct?
I mean, the video speaks for itself.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
Objection.
it does.
The objection sustained. No comment from Mr. Jackson. We've talked about that.
I'm going to ask Mr. Bates to back it
You know
up.
who else
because
does
there's
that a
one
lot?
other issue I want you to pay attention to if you can, right at this moment or right before this moment, and that is the timestamp.
Yeah, it does.
Back it up in maybe 10 seconds.
I have the VLC player. How do I?
Right about there. Instead of don't play it yet. Instead of paying attention to the individuals, I'm going to ask you, can you see? May I put the screen on?
But we can't just flip this because we can't actually see the other side in the video. They'd have to do it from the
Can you see
video.
that from where you're at?
No, I cannot.
Me neither. But I don't want to. Let's play it for about 10 seconds. Pause it. Did you see another person just appear toward the rear end of the car?
There was a fog of some sorts. It did appear as if a person was actually in. There was two people back there, and two people walked away, or one person walked away.
Timestamp jumped to 5:38:01. Correct?
Oh,
I cannot see the timestamp, sir.
just put it in for the record. For the record,
that there was an anomaly. There was a portion of that video that was deleted. It's missing, not deleted, but just missing.
Objection.
Can you tell that? Does it appear that way to you, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor, I cannot tell what is happening.
I don't know
with the
why
video.
he's not saying for the record, this is timestamp, blah, 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 blah. For the record, this is timestamp. He doesn't need the witness to say it.
A close look at there's a classic police car in that Sally Port, correct?
There's an antique vehicle there. Yes, yes.
If you take a close look at the trunk of that vehicle, see the word police.
Yes, I believe I can read that. Yes.
And it's backward, correct?
It is mirrored, correct.
That's a good indication that this is an inverted video, right?
It appears that way, yes.
And if we were to fast forward at
Oh man.
Oh, that's.
Oh man.
See, this is what we were talking about earlier.
Oh my God.
How does Lolly not know this?
Oh my God.
So when the time jumps, the thing flips.
20 seconds. There you go. You just played at this point.
Oh my God.
Pause it. You see the Sally Port garage came down?
Yes,
You see a number on the garage?
Oh, they're going to do the 4.
I do.
Is that correct?
What is correct?
Does the number appear correct? Is that how you make it 4?
No, the number's in the mirror image, yes.
I just wanted to make the point. Everything in this video is completely backward, correct?
It's not backwards, it's mirrored, reversed.
Inverted.
You can look yourself in the mirror in the morning, you still see your own face. It's not
It
backwards.
reads backwards.
But my mirror image is not an accurate depiction of who I am. My
Check.
actual physical appearance is who I am, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
But
A
you got
mirror
the
image,
left
Sergeant,
passenger side,
is not an
driver's side.
accurate video of this, is it?
Objection.
It's a mirror image by definition.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You know what, Judge?
Ron, thank you.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Jackson. The jury's
I
smart.
would like
The jury
Mark-
sees it's backwards.
Wait, I want to
Word
see it
salad.
switch. What's happening?
I have a,
Police are coming to arrest
really good
Bukhenik.
lights up. Let's-
Wait.
I have a thumb drive that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission.
Man. Oh boy.
Does Mr. Lally know what's on this thumb drive without you telling us?
I do not.
Okay.
We can approach it after, so we'll bring it out.
We're trying to wrap up our morning.
Boy.
It's marked for identification.
If I may, Your Honor, I'd like to play the first 10 seconds of that video.
No. We'll come to something. It's marked for identification, right, Mr.
No.
Jackson? You are.
Don't forget, you can fast forward, Bob.
Yeah. So because she doesn't know what it is yet, but I mean, it's the same thing he did. He's like, does this disc that he's just handing him a disc appear to be the disc where you talked to the recording of your interview with Karen Reed? Yeah. And then they put the video on and then you play the first couple little bit and you say, does that act, like, then you can continue to lay your foundation.
Well, I think the question is that Lally's claiming he's never seen it.
Well, but not that he does. He didn't tell him what it is yet. Not that he hasn't seen it.
She didn't ask that question. She didn't ask.
Said, does he know what's on it without you telling us? And he said no.
Well, how does he know?
Exactly. Got to give him the chance to. I'm certain when he comes back on, he's going to be allowed to do whatever the hell he was trying to do.
Or they're just going to send him to.
This is outrageous.
Or they're going to end the trial for the week.
Yep, there it is.
You are unmuted. Jurors,
what in the hell?
I want to know when this case is going to end, and I don't mean that in any negative way. After speaking with the lawyers, I can safely say that you will get this case for your deliberations sometime the last week in June. We'll know better next week. We will not be in session next Tuesday. We will go full days, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Oh,
there we go.
We will not be in session next Tuesday. I have to give you those cautions again. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation.
Is there any? Does anyone know if there's any thing that happens?
Anything about this?
Fast forward, babe. Let's see if they do anything on the record.
And while he does this, if you missed it in the chat, and it's been Jackson was interviewed after this.
Let's see. There's some discussion going on.
Yep.
Back it up.
And he said that the Commonwealth was going to call Proctor. So
they have no choice now.
Just wait for that day, folks.
Dude, they have no choice after what's going on here today, just during this cross-examination that forced their hand. That's the beauty of chess. What is a trial? I mean, it's a chess game, and it's a fluid thing. It changes witness by witness. It's the best.
I wonder if we can order the transcript of the sidebars.
All right, so I received a motion from the Commonwealth this morning that I have not had an opportunity to read yet. It's on my desk. I'd like to go spend a few minutes looking at that and come back out at 12 o'clock on that.
In order for us to argue it?
Yes.
Well,
do you need?
I didn't get it.
Okay.
What do you say?
All right.
So no?
Can we do it on Monday?
I want to get as much evidence in as we can each day. We can do it at 8:30 Monday morning, I think. Madam Court Reporter, can we do it at 8:30? Yeah. Jim?
Sure. Just say yes into your trunk.
Oh, we're fine.
Can we do it at 8:30 Monday morning?
That's what the court wants, yes.
Yeah, we'll have a hearing on it at 8:30 Monday. Are you around tomorrow? Are you around tomorrow?
Oh, am I? Yes, absolutely.
Do you want to do it tomorrow morning?
Oh shit.
If I had a preference, I would say Monday.
Yeah, I
we'll
bet
do
you
Monday
Who
morning
said
at
that?
8:30.
Lally.
Who said that? Lally needs more time for his own motion.
And if you want to put something in writing, just email it to us.
Objection to Friday.
Okay. All right. We'll see you then.
All right, for the court, please.
Wow. Man.
No, off tomorrow.
banger shit right there. Oh my God. I wanted to see. Oh man. I mean, he's gonna line it up. He's gonna line up the time.
Hey there, you got Jesse. You got Jesse.
This is a long crime.
Oh, you said so much shit about me, and you just got Jesse.
Oh, everyone, calm down. Everyone, relax. Oh, the house is going mad. Doorbells are ringing. Jesse Weber's on my TV screen here. I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know who it is. Babe, talk while I go see who's at the door.
All right. So why don't we look to see if there's any, hey mods, if we've got any questions from members, you know, toss them in the start stuff and we can address them. So, I mean, I don't know what to think about if this was already brought up to the judge. And I've got to revisit, and I know Bob and I are going to do something with Bukhenik, or what did he say it was? Bukhenik, I think.
Bukhenik? I don't know. Bukhenik.
Yeah. His testimony. We were hoping that he'd be done and we'd be able to do it today as a recap. But what the hell was discussed yesterday? Why they had them watch the court watch the video outside of the presence of the jury and the witnesses? Why whatever they were bringing up to have her watch it didn't prompt anything? Because if this was the issue, I can't imagine that surely the judge would have said the damn thing is like inadmissible, but the defense would want to get it in, because I can't even wrap my mind around what's going on. And you know, I was waiting for him to sit there and say, when there was that missing 30 seconds, or was it minutes? I don't remember what he said now.
Yeah, I don't remember how long it was.
that the thing flipped, because you know what? Why don't we just do that? Why don't we go back to yesterday? Hold on a sec.
While Ellie does this, just a reminder, no court tomorrow. No court. And if you missed it, there's going to be court full days next week other than Tuesday. Full days every day. So
the right thing.
Buckle up for that.
Well, Jay, you can do it. Can you? Well, I'll talk while you look for the stream from yesterday to pull up the video so we can show where it switches from inverted to not inverted, because I think that we'll be able to see that. So I'll look to see if there's any questions that I can.
Look how fucking fast I am. Look at that, Allie. Look at me go.
You are fast.
What a fucking champion.
So, but let me see. It's because I just made a video about it.
Objection.
So what do you want me to go to, like the beginning? I don't know if I'm going to be
no,
able to
like
tell.
keep going, like with your little finger, and let's see if there's a point where police shifts over and you can read it.
All right, hold on. All right.
Are you giggling?
Everyone
at
calm
finger?
down. Everyone calm down. All right. So what the timestamp I'm looking for?
No, just keep going. We're gonna look to see if the word police flips to be the right way.
On the
Objection.
All right, so this is the beginning. Should I put it regular speed, or should I
Well, no, I mean, I think everything that we had seen so far has been, I would just say keep. So one thing to note is, yeah, like we were saying, there's all that snow already. Oh, wait, and Bob was saying there's already a car there. Now, I guess in theory, there could have been a car there they had to move out, that they just had in there before this came in. But now let's do.
So you're saying you think there's a moment where it switches to not being mirrored?
I think so. So I'm saying use your little
but...
tap, and let's just see if anything ever and anything ever changes.
I will use my little finger to. I think it stays the same, but I'll keep going.
I thought I saw something on Twitter where somebody said that in the very same, unless they were using a video. You know what? We should go back, Bob. Maybe you can look for the pre-trial video, because they did show a video pre-trial where he was saying there was like 40 seconds missing or something. And maybe they found those missing 40 seconds or 40
Wow,
minutes.
you're being a real taskmaster here, Allie. You got Jay and I doing
I know,
all your
but
bidding
I
here.
know a pre-trial. I thought they said 40 minutes was missing. That's what I thought I remembered. Like a huge.
Catherine says Aussie Insider, who features us quite a bit. So I'm quite a fan of her. She throws us up there a lot, Jay. I don't know if you've run into that account.
I've seen
it. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think I think it's mirrored the entire. I don't think the police flips. I think he was just pointing out that there was a skip in the time. But the thing is, oh, is that the skip right there? Let's see. So it's 5:37. No, that's But see, when they make it full screen like this, you can't see from our end the timestamps. Like I can't see.
Right, but babe, let's see if we can find that pre-trial.
I'm like super busy right now, waiting.
Jesus.
I'm putting up that tire, the snowy tire thing blew my fucking mind. So and what blew my mind even more is Bukhenik couldn't deny it. I mean, he's like, it appears that the tire moved. I mean, it's a big thing.
For saying no point in continuing to finger over to see if it flips.
No, it doesn't flip, but someone shared with me, I guess on Twitter, someone flipped the footage. If you guys want to watch that, I don't know what you want to.
Yeah, but I don't know how, if they flip the footage, it's not like we can see what isn't, like, right? Like, it's not going to be really the other side. It's just going to be looking at it from the other way where you still can't see the passenger side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just wonder, is there an actual angle of this where we could have been seeing the passenger side that they didn't turn over or didn't, but you know what? I want to see if I can find that. I think Bob and I did the pretrial hearing. Let's see. It would have been before trial started. Day 6. This might be it. Oh, motion hearing. I'm gonna look, see if I can find it. Oh no, this is you and Bob, not me and Bob. This is me and Bob. No, we're just talking. Oh wait, no, we're not. Okay. Where the hell's the damn Sallyport video? Maybe they didn't play it pre-trial. Maybe they just talked about it. Huh. Okay.
Well, why don't we look at it for later?
Yeah, I'll try to find it.
Why torture people here while we're trying to find it? We know what we're looking for. We'll try to dig for it. We Allie's gonna go visit our grandbaby. And the
I don't
plan
get to
is
leave
for us.
until 2:10.
Oh, okay. So are we gonna do our trial update tonight?
Yeah, so we've got some time to work on it before I go, and then I should be back with time to work on it as well.
All right, we had a great crowd here today. We're 1342 strong. Thank you so much for hanging with us. Please give us a helping hand, like, share, subscribe. to our station or our channel, as well as our partner Jay. Monday we will be over at Jay's channel for the trial stream as we alternate day by day.
Yep, and I got a note says there's a non-mirror video on Melanie Little's stream today, and Melanie Little and I have been actually talking about her and I collaborating on something. So
yeah, reach out to her. So again, thank you guys so much. Please, like I said, like, share, sub to both Jay and I's channels. We really, really appreciate that. Not as much as we appreciate you guys.
Bob and I will be back tonight with our legal recap. There's so many things I wanted to say that I didn't. Got a lot of what I wanted to say in, but there are other things in my mind that we don't have time for it all while we're doing it like this. So
absolutely. And thank you to our mods as well.
And Jay, go.
I was just going to say, if you guys want a non-true crime thing tomorrow, I have another channel I started because I'm like a reseller. I do that. I'm going to start working on that. It's called The Deals of Jay, THE, The Deals of Jay. And me and Shannon go live tomorrow because there's no court tomorrow. So if you want to break from true crime tomorrow, 10 a.m., me and Shannon together are going to be on and kind of go through some of the things that we got when we went thrift store shopping, and kind of my objective is try to teach you guys how to
I'm super excited about it, Jay, because I always loved Antique Roadshow. Like,
it's kind of going to be
I loved when they would bring their stuff in, and they always had people who were experts being like, oh, yeah, that table you've had sitting in your attic for 20 years is worth $15,000, and people are like, holy shit. So I think that's awesome. I'm excited to see that.
And guys, don't forget when you leave, we got a lot of people on YouTube right now. Please give a thumbs up. That's super appreciated. It's really helpful in getting the feed.
Like, share, subscribe to both our channel and Jay, our brother.
And if you subscribe, then you'll get a notice to come back this evening.
And yeah, make sure to check that out tonight, because guys, today was like a little hectic. We had the press conference. We were kind of all up, the three of us, and then we got people messaging us about the vid. Like, it's hard sometimes. So you're gonna have the two experts here who've had over 20 years experience, break down, have the witness, give you the stuff that you may have missed, or they'll explain everything
that we may have missed.
We may have missed. So it's really the best. And then you don't have, like, when it's live, we have this like. We as a group here, we kind of want to keep it going. We don't want to post too much because there are some people who are like, we're missing it. So at night it's a little more relaxed. You don't want to miss it. It's great to watch that. What time do you guys know what time you're doing it? Or
I'm gonna play it by ear in terms of Allie's baby time, so that will dictate our time. So baby,
well, really, it's Scarlett's softball time. She's got to get picked up at 7, so I think the time should be 7:45, 8 o'clock Central Time. So that sounds
about right.
7 o'clock everybody else's time.
Yep. All right. So hit that notification button, and that'll give you, because it's iffy with YouTube. Sometimes you'll get the notification, sometimes you won't. Again, Seeking Justice, the Discord. Yes. Seeking Justice is an amazing way to keep track of our channel, Jay's channel, Joe Jackalone, Steve and Dan, Publicly Buzzed, and also Criminality. Teresa is on there too.
Yes,
our homie. So check that out. Thank you guys so much for your incredible generosity today.
Jay, what time do you go on tomorrow?
All the
10 Eastern.
Are you guys like interrupting?
Sorry,
me?
10 Eastern.
Sorry, I was just answering your way.
I know, man. She's chronic with it though. So, but thank you guys for your generosity. We really appreciate it more than you know. All right.
Yes.
Continue, please.
No, that was it.
No, just 10 a.m. Eastern, and to Bob's point, honestly, and the reason I'm doing my other channel, like we can't do this without you guys. So thank you, mods, for all you do, and thank you guys. Your support means everything. Like, it's not a bullshit thing, man. So
it's everything, and the best chat in the land. Because without you guys, we just be old men and a gorgeous babe talking about new and old cases. Check you out later.
Bye, everybody.